As the weekend approaches us, folks, we are here to take away all your blues. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PMPL South Asia 23 Spring Finals, and my name is, of course, Fixes. I'm joined along with Shadow. So we began this journey with 20 teams, and now we are remained with just 16. And Shadow, what do you feel about all these matches about to happen? How excited are you?
Oh, I'm super excited because the aggression that South Asian teams are bringing, especially the Mongolian teams, week 1, week 2, week 3, consistently it was all about Mongolian domination. But this time I want to see a Bangladeshi team or Nepali team also step up like T2K or TRZ.
I mean, we would all be hopeful, but the way the Mongolian teams are playing, they're looking nigh unstoppable. But before we get into the teams and all their deeds, let's take a look at the format. So we did have our league stages done. We had our week 1, week 2. Everything was A-okay. We went on to week 3. There were few teams that kind of flustered. There were few teams that really stood up to the occasion. But we have come down to this. It is the 14th of April. Till the 16th, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Do have your calendars booked because it's the finals that we are going through. As you can see, as we take a look at the prize pool over here, it is a total of $80,000. And out of which, you know, the first position team, whoever wins this entire event gets $7.5 thousand. Then we move on to second, who gets $4,500. Third has $3,500, and so on as it reduces down. And this is not just where it ends, right? Even the MVP gets $1,000 into his own pockets. But we also do have, or rather, we did have a new point structure, and I'm pretty sure Shadow is all ready and excited to tell us more about it.
Oh, this time the point structure is already calling for the elimination points, and the way these teams have adapted the aggression they are bringing in. Yes, for the chicken dinner you get only 10 points, but for elimination points you get 1 point. So that is the main factor that is differentiating which team is going to be on the top, because Stalwart Esports, NB Esports, these are the two teams that always go for the elimination point rather than placement point.
Yeah, I think you know, the likes of Medical Vibes and Stalwart, we have seen what they're capable of. But you know, Shadow, we've all been you know, privy to how things erupt or how things come down to in the grand finals, right? As we take a look at the bonus ranking, the teams that really played well in Weekendy, I believe, and you can see Stalwart Esports really enjoyed this sweet time over there. But sadly, there's going to be no Weekendy in the grand finals.
Yes, there is no weekendy, but the weekendy is going to be rewarded in grand finals because all these teams are starting with the bonus points. Where Stalwart Esports, definitely they are sitting on the top, but few teams they had a very good run in week number 1, like High Voltage and Venom D. They got very good bonus points, but by the end of week number 3 they were placed on the bottom half, because of which we can see few less bonus points.
Yeah, I think, you know, we've been kind of also acquainted with how the bonus points really works, right? After every week, we had a few teams qualifying there, competing, and that is going to be your starting point. So Stalwart Esports, they would have a little bit of an advantage. But taking a look at the qualified teams over here, the favorites for Medical Vibes, Stalwart Esports, T2K, then you've got IHC. Then in the next order, we've got DRS Gaming, NB Esports, Mabetex, Skylightz Gaming, Illumin8 Crew, Leo Esports, High Voltage Esports, Nepal, and a lot more that did follow up. A little bit of a head-to-head, Shadow. This is where I would need your expertise because you did cast the majority of the event. So tell me something about these two teams.
Well, 4MV and Stalwart Esports, they both started on a very aggressive note. 4MV, they were consistently on the top, but Stalwart Esports was giving them tough competition. We can see that in the terms of the damage they were dishing out in the elimination department, but towards the end of week number 3, 4MV, they started fizzling out, where Stalwart Esports, they capitalized and they came on the top.
Yeah, I think Stalwart Esports undoubtedly have been one of the most consistent teams. We've seen them you know, time and time again. But for Medical Vibes, they've been in the scene for a while, and I think aggression is what they're really synonymous to. And that is what they've done. But when, you know, you've got a lot of that aggression, there has to be one of those points where these teams kind of tend to figure out what you're trying to do, how you're trying to play, or a few teams, you know, just would like to target you. So I think for Medical Vibes, have a long mountain to climb because, you know, we're going to get a little refreshed. You've got those bonus points to give you that little bit of a heads up. But, you know, these 18 matches, they're going to matter a lot. And then when you're talking about Stalwart Esports, we've seen a few changes in their roster, which I must say, Shadow, has been working out really well.
Oh, certainly. Stalwart Esports, in terms of the aggression, in terms of the domination they are bringing, they are pretty much tearing up the entire lobby every single game. Yes, Miramar and Erangel are their strong points, but the way they have worked on Sanhok, also Stalwart Esports and 4MB, these teams look pretty much decent on all three maps. So the map is not going to be any problem for both these teams.
You know, I really hope that it does not happen and that's not the case. But right now, let's take a look at one of the team's team card. We've got T2K in front of us. So Suyog, Sandesh, Chain, and Rig. So I'm pretty sure we all love Sandesh. You know, I've been a huge fan of this guy. Every time he heals a bolt action, I just you know, have my bloods running hot. So, but again, you know, this is one of those teams that are kind of top gunners from the Nepali region. But anything else that you need to add on to their style of play, or what are you expecting out of them in the grand finals?
Well, for T2K, Erangel is definitely one of their strongest map where they get the maximum chicken dinners. They drop in towards the side of Sivani. Even Jane, he has been sticking with the plus of T2K since a very long time. He's one of the veteran players from the Nepali region. So yes, T2K, they even in week number 3, they were sitting right on the top. But after the mid of week 3, maybe they were trying to experiment something for the grand finals, trying to bring in something new, because of which, yes, the elimination points were coming in, but they were not able to get the chicken dinner, which they were looking for.
Yeah, I think, you know, to be honest, T2K is one of those teams that kind of tends to step up when the stakes are high, and let's just hope that is the case tonight. So, you know, Shadow, we've been talking about the Mongolians. We did have a little bit of a chatter about the Nepalis, but I would also like to, you know, touch upon a few Bengali teams as well, Bangladeshi teams, in fact. But before we get into all that, let's take a look at the schedule that we have lined up for you. So this time, folks, we're not going to start off with Erangel. So this time we're going to go directly into my favorite map, which sort of gets me really pumped up. Miramar is where we begin with. Then we've got Sanhok, Erangel. Then again, it's going to repeat in the same fashion. So we're going to start off with Miramar and we're going to end up in Erangel. There are a few teams that are really good in Miramar. There are a few teams that are really nice. They really play well in Erangel. But then Sanhok has certainly been the wild card, hasn't it?
Agreed, and that is where DRS, they capitalize, because DRS one of the more strategic team rather than aggressive team, but they need to adapt to the recent point structure, because we did see a fallout in the players of DRS. It was a week number 3. They need to bring in the aggression because the strategies are not working for them. So maybe in the grand finals we can see an aggressive side of them.
All right. So, Shadow, I've heard a lot about you. You've been making a lot of correct predictions. So why don't you start off and then I carry on with mine.
Okay, since it's Miramar, I want to go with 4MB. I think they are going to start on a very aggressive note. They want a first ticket for themselves, so 4MB.
So for you, it's going to be 4MB, and then how am I going to get left behind? So I'm going to go with their nearest and strongest competitors, Stalwart Esports, to begin with. But you know what? It's still quite dicey. It could just be anybody's day to day, and you know, limited amount of matches. Yes, the bonus points are going to help these teams. It's fine. But then again, you know, you've got teams like DRS who kind of achieved a lot of laurels in the global stage as well. So can't really rule them out. Then we've got the previous champions, the high voltage. They haven't had performed up to their level, to be honest, you know, throughout the league stages. But maybe we're just hoping this time might be a new beginning for them.
Maybe because high voltage, they were not able to win those 4v4 fights which they were winning in week number 1. So high voltage, I'm sure they are prepared for the grand finals, because week 3 was entirely not in their favor. So yes, big expectation from all these teams, especially the plus of NB Esports. This is a team that has stepped up big time. So NB Esports is also one of the team that do tend to perform really good in the map of Miramar. So maybe this can be the game for NB Esports.
Well, let's just hope. I mean, NB Esports is another one of those teams. But finally, we are on to venture into the deserty lands to find out who comes out as the winner of the first game of our grand finals, folks, of the PMPL SA Spring 2023, as we head on as the flight path trajectory, well, is all set, and it is from Impala towards La Cubrera. Now, coming down to Miramar, Shadow, is there any, you know, drop clashes that we're really looking forward to?
Yeah, definitely. In the city of Los Leones, where the players of I8 and NB Esports tend to go, even for the players of SITM Esports, sometimes they engage in early drop collision. So maybe I8, NB Esports, the old love story maybe will continue in the grand finals also. But in Sanhok, definitely they will go up against each other.
All right then. And so since Shadow has said it, it's kind of set in stone that we're gonna see that action brewing up in Sanhok. But for now, I mean, they've kind of made sure that they avoid each other in the past. But these are the grand finals, right? This is where every single match, every single finish really matters a lot. Now, considering how this flight path trajectory has been, teams heading on to maybe Chumacera or Valdemar, even La Drillera would have a little bit of difficulty, even as far as Monte Nuevo, right? So these teams would have to resort for those vehicles, but well, the circle has been quite benevolent, right? In terms of how it has really come off. So I think a lot of teams would be inside the circle, would enjoy their sweet time. What's going to be really imperative over here, Shadow, is I feel, teams need to really get their rotations going on and take over those high ground spot for
Speaking
themselves.
of rotation in these kind of circle, Mabetex Esports tend to perform really good because they drop in towards the side of Torre Emuda, and the circle is already calling for a good game from their side. So yes, Mabetex is definitely one of the strongest team. But other team that used to perform really good in Miramar, especially in the northern circles, was Skylightz Gaming. But Skylight's segregation that comes in from their side is not helping their case. I hope this time they'll regroup, they'll play as a unit, because if they're going to get picked one by one, Skylightz Gaming, I think grand finals won't be looking so very good for them.
To be honest, even the league stages weren't that of a merry ride, right? And
Yes.
Skylight's Gaming, they've been in a dip ever since. I'm just waiting when are they gonna make their comeback on the big stages, but certainly do have the potential. They've done wonders, even represented the region in the GC. So it's all about awakening the inner demons tonight. But we could see quite a lot of a spread going on for Deadeyes. As you can see, on top Slayer, Precious, and True Love. They're kind of way apart from each other. They're gonna cover a lot of ground. They're gonna get a lot of loot done. But what matters is they really need to maybe just close in and take control of water treatment. Because DRS, they're certainly gonna enjoy themselves with the position that they have around Hacienda. So that's going to be really crucial if DRS and Stalwart just lock on heads against each other right from the very start. Because to be honest, Shadow, with the new point systems that have been added into this PMPL lately, this has been like the Achilles heels for a lot of teams. They took a lot of time to adapt, but I'm pretty sure at this stage they know how to approach the circles.
I think yes, they have adapted, but at the same time, few of the teams were not able to find the perfect balance between the placement points and the elimination points. So yes, there is a major shift in the point structure, but still, you need to have the perfect balance, because few teams couldn't qualify for the grand finals because of the lack of placement points. They had elimination points, but placement points were completely missing, because of which they couldn't qualify for. I hope this time the teams are going to focus on the placement points as well. The first few circles, I think till the third circle, there will be a dull moment in the game. Stalwart Esports, talking about this team also, they had a very good, very consistent run. The entire 3 weeks they were on the top, not on the top, on top second position. They were sitting in the overall leaderboard. So yes, already Stalwart Esports is looking fantastic and prepared for the grand finals.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, this is one of those teams that we really love to see and watch, right? Every single thing they do is nothing short of magic. And with Nizet coming in, even IC over there, one of the consistent players, we just hope that Action gets into his own groove tonight. And Top, well, he's one of my favorite players. And I know the kind of cover that he gives, and even when it comes down to being the one leading the charge, he's also there, and he's done that in the past. And that is one of the reasons why Stalwart Esports are the hot favorites to win the grand finals. But then we've got a team like NB Esports. Now NB has also have had their good days and their bad, but eventually they have done pretty nice. So tell me something more about this team.
Well, enemy esports week number one I think it was Miramar only where they got maximum finish points. They had a very good run for the start of week number 1, but I think the other teams read their strategies, so there was a big fall from their side. But week number 3, the way this team has picked themselves up, the improvement in their gameplay has been showcased. Week number 3, they were annihilating the entire lobby. So many finish points, placement points were coming for the players of NB Esports, especially the guy Mondo from their side. But Akaze is the one who needs to control his aggression, because he's usually the first one to be taken out from the lobby. If he controls his aggression, I think NB Esports are already looking very strong.
Yeah, I think NB certainly are. You know, Mondo, as you said, is one of those players to really watch out for. And now talking about watching out on each other, so T2K Esports and Deadeyes, I believe they're wary of their surroundings. Gotta be careful, but T2K might just get a little sandwich because they also have DRS in the far off fray. That is something that they really need to be watchful for. And with these shots being taken, I'm pretty sure Deadeye Guys must have heard them in the far distance, and they're aware that there's a team, so it's better that you do not mess around with them, at least from over there. So they've kind of, what I can see or what I can perceive what T2K Esports are doing is they're still not really looking good in terms of their loot right now. I'm kind of wondering if it's a really nice idea to be holding on to the central spot so early into the game where you barely got much to fight with. But I think maybe they're banking on that one fight, Shadow, where they take down a team and they get the loot. You know, as long as they do that, I don't think I have anything to complain about.
You have one thing to complain about: the DBS meta. I hate it, the way these players are exploiting the entire DBS meta. Even in the final circles, there is a player holding the DBS, clutching out a 1v4 happening through just DBS. Definitely not my favorite thing to witness. But what about you, Fixes? Do you like the recent DBS meta?
I mean, I did like it in the start, to be honest. But then eventually I was like, I mean, you're gonna do the same thing over and over again. And then at a point it got boring, right? To be honest.
Yeah.
Because, hey, to be honest, if you it's so much money on the line, then you might as well do or have your best shot at winning a fight. And if DBS gives you that chance, then take it with open arms. So for the players, I have nothing to complain. But as a viewer, as in as somebody who's expecting a lot of those gunshots, left, right, a lot of those beautiful sprays going along, and then those SMGs coming into play, because there was a time when we saw a lot of SMGs really running the show, right? Something had to change, hence the DBS, hence the shotguns really came into play. And initially when they had come in, we were kind of skeptical about how it's really gonna pan out. To be honest, like on your mobile devices, it's really difficult to aim. And these players, of course, took their time. They've been grinding in the training grounds. They've been practicing in a lot of scrimmages and have perfected the art of controlling DBS. And I think that sort of led them to, take those close combat situation. We've seen a lot of those CQB battles just going on around. And yeah, that's sort of been the go-to case. But we do have a player knocked out. I believe Skylightz Gaming are in contention over here already, and you can see Nima has already opened up his accounts, and one of the players of Leo Esports has taken the fall.
Yes, Slipknot from the side of Leo Esports has already been eliminated. Talking about Leo Esports, this team is also one of the most unpredictable team in the lobby. Sometimes they fare off really well, get the chicken dinner for themselves, go get the elimination point, but sometimes they are usually the first one to be taken out from the lobby. So Leo Esports, they need to work on the consistency, and with the loss of already one player, things are not looking so very good. On the other side, we have the players of IE8. Sky has been taken out, has been knocked out because of a vehicle explosion. I wonder what is happening, who has knocked him out. I hope his teammates are in the close proximity to go for the crucial revival.
All these teams, they're starting to close in, right? I mean, we've seen how brutal the second circle can be, and that's where we get to see a lot of those early fights emerging. And this is something I have loved ever since the change has been made. Because earlier on, SA lobbies, the first 15-18 minutes were completely silent, like literally nothing going on. Nobody giving their position away. Everybody just played for a good spot inside the circle, and in those final 3-4 minutes, that's where all the action erupted, and then we had the winner, whoever had the better spot. But for now, T2K, I think they smell danger. Nearby, but it's Gante who spotted KC, and I think he's been spotted back, but quick reactions from his side, because had he had a bolt action, I could have seen Gante's head just being splattered open, but thankfully he's alive. But for Kessie, he's got to take his sweet time, right? He knows now where the players of DRS are. I mean, all these players do know. They're kind of aware of each other's positioning, where they're going to be at a certain point in the map. As Delta, he's sort of closing in the distance, wants to play 1-2 with his teammate Rules over there, who's got a little bit of a high ground advantage. And for Mabetex, even if they get Kessie knocked out over there, it's still not going to be a huge problem, because of the distance that remains between these two teams.
But you can still deplete the resources of the opponent, because in a map like Miramar, the management of the resources is also very important. You can damage the armor of the opponent. That is going to reward you in the later circles. But right now, GE and IA, they are also going up against each other, and Sky has been taken down, and looks like Leo Esports, they are looking for some more action with the players of Stalwart Esports, because one guy from the side of Stalwart has been knocked out.
Alright, so we've got Illumin8 even falling down. Stalwart, the big news, the team that I had predicted for, seemed to be in a little bit of trouble. But you could see for Medical TRZ, they're getting a few knocks here and there as well. QB has taken a little bit of damage, and there you can see True Love getting that confirmation, getting that defeat over there, and he gets a few points on board. So it's really crucial, really imperative for all these teams to start getting those frags out left, right. Try to deplete all the numbers as much as it's possible before we head into those final circles. But as predicted, as anticipated, I really thought the circle was going to go around water treatment, and T2K had the same exact idea. Now for a team like T2K, taking on that central spot is going to really help them. But hold on, we've got 4M TRZ just spreading around the players of Mabetex. Baron is in a whole world of trouble. He cannot be saved. And Madcat did try to run him over, but that was not the case. But eventually would just end up with getting his finish over there. So Wally's got that little bit of a high ground. It's a little bit of a spread going on. So if somehow 4MTRZ can just isolate Kessie, then things might not be merry enough for Mabetex anymore.
The area which the players of TRZ are holding right now, it offers so many ridges that they can find good cover, good flank angles onto the players of Mabetex Esports. But the good thing is Mabetex Esports, they have a compound to their name. At the same time, they are already inside the circle. They can try and gatekeep the players of TRZ if it requires, but at the same time DRS is also in the close proximity, so there could be a possibility of a third party happening in this situation. But SKC still looking for a knock onto the plus of TRZ with those mini shots. But for now, TRZ, they are safe, but no, they are showing directly on the doorstep of Mabetex Esports, and Leo with a grenade was looking for a knock, but no connection whatsoever. But with that, TRZ and Leo, Mabetex Esports, a 1v3 situation already brewing up.
Oh, certainly. And Mamba has been dealt with, but the baller comes out. Leo needs to back himself a little bit. Tries to reposition as 4MTRZ did knock on the doors, but haven't been greeted warmly. But instead, a few of those grenades and those molotovs have been coming across, and Mamba is just yelling, screaming for help. But seems like it's not going to come in soon. As Mabetex, they've done a decent job in holding off onto their horses over here. As Madcat, he gets spotted out. Yes, indeed he does, as the grenade just gets flung over at his direction. And there you go. Leo succeeding in getting a beautiful knock, and Mabetex have been dealing with this threat really well. Just trying to snuff out the danger. The final man remains, and at a certain point, he's got to make that push. And there you go. Alright, 4MTRZ. For medical TRZ, I think they have been eliminated over here. And alright, so they decided to make that kind of a hasty push, for which Mabetex was so well prepared. But next on, we head on to another fight. We've got Seal going up against Fumerical Vibe. Sanchez already on his knees as Doc 922 was charging in when the DBS strikes Hellrat Fury in the hearts of the players, and Seal somehow they're trying to keep themselves alive and indeed have done so. Not just that, but have eliminated Fumerical Vibes pretty early into the game.
And there goes my prediction. Leo Esports, they have also been eliminated. Already, we are left with only 12 teams and 43 players. 4 teams have been eliminated. So, for few teams, definitely they are turtling up their very first game of the grand finals, which they didn't expect. 4MV is definitely one of those names. No one expected 4MV to be eliminated this early in the game. But right now, we have another fight brewing up between the players of IHC and High Voltage. But the split that is coming from the side of IHC, they can easily go for the flank angles and maybe try and backstab the players of High Voltage. High Voltage need to check all the corners. They have to be very aware of the surroundings. Otherwise, IHC might capitalize, especially with Godless. This is a guy who has clutched so many times. Godless performance has been so impressive that throughout the league stages. So yes, IHC is also one of the strong team.
You know, to be honest, I mean, IHC have sort of been a little erratic. They've had those days where they've been impressive, you know, they just go on with those high fragging games, those big affairs, but sometimes they kind of look a lot lousy. And in the grand finals is where we see the real IHC. And Demo, he's been one of my favorites. There was this one tournament that I was casting where he went on to almost get a 1v4 for his team. And now they're in real close contention. High Voltage, who are in fact just taking a few pot shots at the players of SITM. So QB, he's not peeked out of his windows yet. Does not want to be a part of this battle, as they just want to let the circle start closing in a little bit. And all these teams, you know, that are kind of you know, just around the edges of the zone, they'll have to figure a way to contest T2K on their territory, because T2K, they've got a really unique split, right? It's a 3-1 split where Jane is holding all that push coming in from the mountains up top on from the northern side. But getting into this fight, IHC and HV in real close proximity of each other as a grenade gets flung over at Alex's direction, and there you go. Jiggle hits the mark, gets the knock. Now the big question is whether or not High Voltage are going to be capitalizing. Assassin wanting to just close in on the gap. Alex still struggling, wants to get to his teammate real soon, but here comes the push coming in. Godless needs to defend, and he does so. Beautiful knock and a good trade coming in the form of Assassin over there. Godless heads out as you've got Probeen in real close proximity. Demo trying to provide cover from the sidelines as Ziol is shifted onto his DBS, and we know when a player goes on DBS, what really follows suit. As Probeen, he's just burning in lava, needs to drop and roll but has no time, needs to also patch himself up, but how does he do in such close situations? As again the wrath of DBS strikes and Ziol gets one more to his name, and just like that, High Voltage, they are in a whole world of trouble.
Oh, they certainly are. And Deadeyes, they do a perfect third party, and Jiggle couldn't do pretty much anything in that situation. With that High Voltage, again a game not going in their favor. But on the other side, we have the players of NB Esports already looking good. 4 defeat points. Yes, they did lose on to one of their players. And Valley knocked out, confirmation point already coming in. DRS are still looking for the players of Mabetex Esports, but Mabetex, they don't have the numbers in this situation. What they are going to do, and NB Esports, they have their own troubles as Mondo knocked himself out by jumping from a vehicle.
Yeah, I think that vehicle must be getting really shot at. Another point would have exploded hadn't Mondo just you know, jumped ship. Could have been otherwise. But as the circle has kind of taken a little bit of that western shift, now got the players of Skylightz Gaming also really happy about it. And True Love in a whole world of trouble, just caught in a fire. There you go. IHC. They did manage to lose out on 2 of their players. They had been knocked out, but should not be a lot of trouble because they're safe inside the circle. And this is where, you know, they're really racking up a lot of points. 7 defeats already, and will get all their players back on foot. So I think IHC has had a really good start into the game, Shadow.
Oh, they certainly are having a very good start. They have managed to get the entire eastern periphery control under their favor. But on the other side, we have the players of DRS on the northern front. At the same time, we have the players of Raw officials who are surviving with just a single player. So yes, DRS, they've stepped up their gameplay. Their rotations that are coming from their side are looking in their favor. They're bringing the early aggression, 4 defeat points already in their favor. So strategic DRS is out of the picture. Now the aggressive DRS is coming for the grand finals, but Zordi needs to be a bit cautious because all the 4 players might spot him. If not the players of DRS, Skylightz also is in the close proximity. So Zordi from Raw, he has to be very careful. He has to hide and earn those placement points.
Oh, he certainly has to. Really out of options. But T2K now seem to be sharing their fair share of water treatment over there with 2 players of Mabetex. Sort of managed to escape from the clutches there. And now we could see a battle ensuing between these two teams. T2K, they're going with one simple policy. Hold till the circle is on you. And now it's the moment of truth. Does the circle go a little west? No, it still stands strong inside of water treatment now. This is where the other teams that are kind of playing around the edges, they'll have to move in. And this is where T2K are finally going to get truly tested. Now, they've got a really nice spread, to be honest. But for a team like IHC, to kind of breach through the defenses, what they've got to do is try to get at least a knock or two. That's not where the trouble ends, right? They have to push right from the open. And Suyog seems to have spotted out Demo, trying to make a few movements here and there. As you could see, Killer, he was trying to make a move towards the water treatments, but has been dealt with a lot of bullets and has been kept at bay, at least for now. So DRS would be wanting to get their players back on their feet and then would rethink their decision of trying to breach in through water treatments.
This compound is not so easy. They do have the numbers at the same time. Zordi has been spotted on, and with that, the play zone is going to take him down before Rules does from the side of DRS. Now, Raw officials, they have been eliminated. DRS, all the 4 players alive. Yes, Gyante has been knocked down, but easy revival coming in. Now, this is the moment when all the teams will try and breach into the territory of T2K. How they're able to defend it, that is going to be a very testing game for the players of T2K. If they're able to defend it, maybe this can be their chicken dinner. At the same time, in the esports, all the top performing team of league players are getting early elimination this time. The bottom teams are stepping up. IHC, yes, they do have the numbers, but Mabetex KSA, he has a vague idea where the players of TRZ could be. IHC, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he certainly does. Now IHC, they've closed in just around the silos, and Mabetex, they've got a lot on their plate, to be honest. The smokes have been laid out, but they've got to watch out onto their right, because if they show a little bit of room also, they're gonna have their heads popped. And IHC, they're being relentless, right? They've been trying, they've shown that tenacity, that they want to contest this place. And once you get into a hot form, you've got nothing to really fear. But Jane could be one of those players, could be one of the thorns in their paths at right now, because if he just peeks out from the door and gets a knock or two before IHC decide to push in on Mabetex doors, things could go really alright for them. But DRS, they've been doing a good job. They've been trying to not let Skylightz Gaming come close in. But Stalwart, they've got a lot of trouble for themselves as well. Because, to be honest, they've lost out on action. So you've got your front liner kind of out already, out of the server pretty early on. And that's going to hurt them when they want to make their moves, right? So they've got to take a little bit of a back foot there. Would have to rethink, reconsider their strategy. Would have to try and make it to the top 3 at the very least, because, well, Stalwart does have that little bit of cushion, but you cannot take that for granted, right? With with the way these teams are performing right now, AJ, he's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, just behind his bursted vehicle. How long can he survive?
I doubt he can survive for very long, because he's way too far away from his teammates. Even if there are knock comes in, I don't think there is a chance of a revival coming in anytime soon. But yes, like you said, DRS, they are looking fantastic, but the circle has shifted in the favor of the players of T2K. At the same time, Stalwart Esports, this is the moment when they'll try and inch closer to the players of T2K. Yes, Stalwart, they don't have the numbers, but SITM is also trying to have the dominant control from the southern side. And SITM Esports, this is also one of the most unpredictable team. They were able to get 2 or 3 chicken dinners for themselves in the week number 3. So yes, SITM Esports with the numbers advantage, they can turn things around in their favor. But for now, Skylightz Gaming, not a good start. They lost on to No Fear and Mafia Ninja. Now, Nima and AJ are the only 2 players remaining. Yes, Nima is already on the periphery of the circle, but AJ is in the crosshairs of DRS.
Finally, DRS, a team that we've been long waiting. When do we get to see the PMGC DRS? Feels like we've got a little bit of a teaser from what we're going to expect out of them in the grand finals. Now, AJ, he's completely pinned. Delta has no intention of letting him live, right? He's just going to patch himself up, try to survive for as long as possible. But again, getting shot at, still none of those bullets really connecting. And DRS have the luxury of that high ground advantage they're enjoying from quite some time. They've gotten that northern map control. It's going to really help them out because all these teams are going to fight out. The fight is definitely going to break in the next couple of minutes. As now SITM, they've got to deal with not just T2K but also IHC, and then you've got Top causing also all sort of problems for them. I'm pretty sure they were quick enough to spot that buggy in the nearby distance, and hence do apprehend a threat coming in their direction anytime soon.
Oh yes, they can. Stalwart Esports, they don't have their numbers. T2K, this is the moment when they have to defend the compound. And if they're able to do so, which is not going to be so easy because IHC is also in the close proximity. The aggression which Godless is bringing in, the firepower which he has, is not going to be so easy. And looks like IHC Alex has already found a knock onto the plus of T2K. And this is where the numbers of T2K are dwindling down as Rules with a Molotov gets a confirmation point as well. 6 defeat points. DRS, they are playing so very smart, finding trades here and there, getting the confirmation, isolating the fights, isolating the solo plus, but Alex, he just survived. Now he's inching closer to the plus of T2K, but he needs to be a bit cautious of the grenades that might come in, but looks like that's not gonna happen as CEO gets a confirmation onto Godless. At the same time, Brick gets a knock onto Alex.
Oh yeah, now T2K is showing that perfect defensive strategy over there, letting the players of IHC to push in and utilizing it to their favor. Now Zyol is the sole surviving member of IHC, as now T2K, they've got the upper ground. They've got the man advantage. And Rig, I do not know if that's the wisest of idea to push in at Zyol's direction, and shows no mercy as he takes him down. IHC, they were off to a really good start, still do have 7 eliminations, but get eliminated at the 6th spot over here. Skylightz Gaming, don't ask me, Shadow, how they're still surviving, but somehow Nima is doing it. But SITM seems to have gotten that southern control for themselves. They have managed to deal with Top over there, and now Nima, he's just on that lower ground. DRS, however, still have all 4 of their players surviving, and it really comes down to where the circle decides to go. Now, history has been a testament where the circle kind of tends to go a little west, north, inside of water treatment, but also could fall into the laps of the players of SITM. Now, Jane finds himself in a really, really weird position over there. Drake spotting out danger, sniffs it, and now he has to reposition himself. Now, with this next circle shift, SITM really needs to start taking control, as Jane has spotted out Leo from Mabetex, who's still hiding, but not from desert, as he fails to look back and will eventually, Shadow, have to pay the price.
He has been taken down, so that means T2K. Now, it's not an easy revival, but still, Jane is crawling his way towards his teammate, begging for a revival that might come in from the side of Sanhok, but Sanhok has been dealt with by Leo of Mabetex Esports. At the same time, who's keeping his crosshairs onto Rick over there. Now, T2K, they are not looking good at all. Rig, he needs to patch himself up, but the moment he comes out, shows himself, Robo is ready, but he's missing a lot of shots over there. But the good thing about SITM Esports is they do have the numbers. They are not sticking to the compounds of water treatment. They do have the height advantage. At the same time, bridges in their favor. And with that, Mabetex Esports, they have been eliminated with 4 elimination. They are left with only 3 teams and 8 players remaining.
Indeed. And at this point, you know, SITM looks to be a really promising game for them. A good start from the southern shores. Now they want to get all those finishes for themselves. Rules not exactly at the best of positions as SITM. They are your favorites to win the chicken dinner in this game as the final 3 remain. And Nima shows no interest to contest over here, but finally gets spotted out by QB, who shows no mercy as Gante is knocked out as SITM finally charging in to get that final blow into the hearts of DRS. Killer Whitey, the solo survivor against an entire horde of SITM. How long can he do so? Not for long, as SITM Esports having no trouble getting the first chicken dinner in the grand finals, folks, as they have done it. Sheer perseverance, sheer patience being shown. They did guard the southern territory, and they made sure that they had it for themselves. T2K, who were looking really to be the hot favorites into the game, were just left stranded, completely binded, not being able to get out of their compound. And it all begun with Jane getting knocked out like that from Desert. And eventually SITM really capitalized on that, cleared their backlines. You know, Stalwart were one of those thorns, and then they had to deal with Nima, which they did in a fantastic fashion, and as a result have secured the first chicken dinner of PMPL South Asia Spring 2023 finals.
Well, SITM, yes, definitely they were trying to have the dominant control from the southern side, and all the other teams who were moving from southern side, like the players of I8, 4, MV, they were taken out pretty early in the game. That kind of worked in the favor of SITM over there. At the same time, they were not breaching into the compounds of water treatment. They were keeping themselves away, having the higher ground, perfect position. The numbers were in their favor, and SITM Esports, well, every time they used to get the chicken dinner in the map of Erangel, but now the Miramar is also in their favor.
Oh yeah, and you know, the way things were beginning to brew over, I really thought maybe it would be an IHC game, but IHC a little cocky there and were punished brutally, because I really thought before, you know, Alex or Godless, anybody made that push, they had to throw a few grenades in, right, just keep them at bay, but that did not happen. As we take a look at the MVP, so has to be Rig from T2K. I mean, the team T2K, they were literally holding on to water treatment right from the very start of the game, which eventually was where the circle was getting down at. But that last shift towards that western side, that's where Team SITM took command. But Rig did a pretty good job, you know, trying to defend his fortress, got those 4 eliminations, and is the MVP of this game.
Oh, he certainly is. 4 elimination, 174 healings done, 630 damage, perfect starts coming in. At the same time, Rig was the last man surviving from the side of T2K. Siog went for a revival onto his teammate. So Rig was right in the crosshairs of one of the player of SITM. I believe it was Dobu. Yes, it was Dobu and Rig. But still, he did perform really well in terms of the elimination which he was getting. Along with Rig, we have Desert from the side of SITM Esports in top players with 4 elimination, high damage number, tops with only 2 elimination, but very high damage number, 810 from Stalwart Esports. Then we have Gyante also from the side of DRS. At the same time, his own teammate Killer Whitey with 3 elimination of his own.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering what went on with DRS, to be honest. I mean, they had such a good Northern Territory control, and then they sort of decided to go downhill. I mean, that was one of those reasons why they fell apart so quickly, because the moment SITM had that Southern hill control, and all they had to do was utilize that high ground advantage in their favor. As we take a look at the match summary over here, it had to be Desert, one of the more crucial players. One of my MVPs, to be honest, because he was the one who got those important knocks, and he was the one who was giving those openings for his team. But maybe I think did not have enough of those damage numbers, but why do they care? SITM Esports are off to such a good start, having conquered Miramar. That's going to propel them to have that confidence instilled inside of them that they can perform well in the latter half of the game. So Stalwart, initially we could see those early jitters, you know, their players getting knocked out time and time again. were just left with the final two, and that is all top could get, the highest damage numbers. But DRS, they kept Skylightz Gaming at bay for a long, long time. But still, Nima, props to him that he managed to get the top 3 position for his team.
Oh, he was able to, but Skylight's Gaming, it was their circle. It was a northern circle. Skylight's Gaming were also placed perfectly, but the split that was coming in from their side, AJ was all by himself. He was taken down in the play zone. If not play zone, DRS was prepared to take him down the minute he could have shown himself. So yes, Skylight's Gaming, good placement points, but we expect bigger things from the side of Skylight's Gaming. But in the match ranking, we have SITM Esports on the top with 20 points. DRS, this time they are showing the aggression. That is a good thing, because in the league plays they were getting a lot of slack because of being a little passive and strategic rather than being the aggressive ones. But this time they are changing things around. 13 points to their name.
Oh yeah, and this is exactly what you would expect from their side, right? And then it kind of, I was kind of taken aback, how quickly raw officials, Illumin8 Crew, Kunyo TRZ, at least we saw what happened with Kunyo TRZ, right? Decided to push on the doors over there. I think it was Mabetex that they had to deal with, and Mabetex were quite formidable over there. And for Miracle Vibes, I think a little aggressive too early, and that sort of was like the final nail in the coffin. So that is again one of those things that they really need to watch out for. It was still the first game of the day, folks. We still have 5 more to go. There's gonna be another Miramar, but I think this is where the discussion about IHC really needs to come up, because IHC, they were one of those teams that they were kind of getting pressured. Just when we thought that one of their players got knocked out, I think it was Alex pretty early on. They did a really good job in defending their territory, right? Suddenly one of those players tries to push in, and then there was Godless, instantly had cooked up that grenade and throws right at his face, and boom, he goes. And then we could see TBS just taking over.
I think it was high voltage. Prabeen was closing in and Godless threw the grenade right on his face. A perfect, precise grenade coming in. Godless, like I was saying, he's definitely a standout player from the side of IHC. They were able to have the complete eastern control of the circle for themselves. But the moment they stepped in towards water treatment, they didn't have the numbers in their favor. And so many teams were already looking into the water treatment area that IHC, Mabetex Esports, and as well as T2K, they're not able to stand for very long.
Yeah, unfortunately. And had to meet their demise. And then IHC, suddenly we see them racking up 7 defeats to their name. And I felt, all right, so this might be the team that gets the chicken dinner in this game. That ruthless aggression being shown on. And then we see them succumb and were aggressive just a lot. Especially when you deal against a team like T2K, you've got to be really careful, and that's what they failed in doing. So they were kind of quite confident that they're going to win the gun battles, but it's so difficult when you do not have the exact information of where your opponents are, and yet you are trying to go in with the push on a hunch. And pre-fires really amount to a lot. And what did T2K do? They just waited for the push to come in, and all they had to do was just peek and shoot, and that is where they got majority of the job done. But suddenly, T2K, they were also looking quite solid. But somebody decided to, just fight around with Liu. I think it was Jane, if I'm not wrong. He decided to take a few shots at him. He missed a few shots, and then he decided to take another position, and that's where lightning struck, right? Desert gets a knock from afar, and suddenly T2K seems to be looking broken apart. And then they could not get the composure back, and as a result were dealt with. I mean, there was very little, to be honest, that Rick could have done in that situation. So the teams that had fared off really well during the league stages did fall down pretty early, but hey Shadow, it's still the first game.
Yeah, it's just the first game. Maybe the teams are testing the waters, or maybe they were trying to bring in something new which didn't work in their favor, but now they will be back to their old style, or maybe this style will again work. But talking about the schedule, now we have a very aggressive map that is going to be Sanhok. And talking about Sanhok, DRS is definitely one of the team that tends to perform really good, and the way DRS, they have stepped up, maybe Sanhok could be the game for the players of DRS. At the same time, few other teams like i8 and NB Esports, this time they didn't go against each other, but now I'm waiting for that early rivalry in the Paradise City.
know what? I kind of feel that they're gonna go apart from each other, because listen, in the league stages, yeah, it was all right. They could have done that. They wanted to establish the dominance, but during the grand finals, you would like your chances to be better. So might as well choose another drop location, maybe somewhere nearby. Maybe somebody has got to take a step back. But if both these teams are persistent, then we love ourselves some really good actions. And now to the least favorite part, where we come down to prediction, Shadow. So you started off with for Medical Vibes. They got eliminated pretty early. I went with Stalwart, and we know what happened to them also. So coming down to the second game, Shadow, who do you think is going to take the W?
Okay, maybe the players of. Okay, I'll go with Stalwart Esports again. This time, Stalwart Esports.
From for Michael Vibes to Stalwart. So I'd go with yours, right? Since you said DRS, one of the hot favorites to win in Sanhok, and they've had a really good start, to be honest, in Miramar as well. And now finally we get to see the glimpses of the DRS that plays second in the global championship. So for me, it's DRS. For Shadow, it's Stalwart. So let's see who's gonna get the win over here, if at all we're gonna get any. But there have been a few surprises, and one of which were, of course, the winners of our chicken dinner, the first game, SITM. So SITM have done pretty well. Now they have to just hit upon it. They've got a good amount of points. They need to, at least be consistent. Now, we cannot really expect them to get chicken dinner every single time. But hey, trying to stay in the top 3, that's the least they can do.
I think they can, but at the same time, I'm worried about the drop collision because High Voltage and SITM Esports, they both like to drop in towards the side of Camp Alpha Island. So we did see one time both these teams went against each other, where the players of SITM Esports and High Voltage, they both suffered heavy casualty. So I hope this time they don't go against each other, because yes, High Voltage, they need the points. First game didn't go as much in their favor as much they wanted. SITM Esports, they don't want to ruin the chance of having the consistent gameplay on the very first day. So let's see what's gonna happen. But now the big blue bird is right on front of our screen, and the flight path this time is going from the southern side of Shami towards the eastern side of Khao.
All right, so we're on now to the second game, and it was quick, it was fast, it was no delay, thanks to production over there. And here we can see, DRS taking control over that southern belt. That's what they've been really opting for. And considering how the games have been going, eyes are on DRS, at least from my side. But at the same time, I mean, I really do not know what really happened to Raw. They got eliminated in a jiffy, and not the best of start for them, even for TRZ over there. I mean, these are the teams that really need to watch out. But, well, to nobody's surprise, I8 and NB, they decide to clash again at Paradise Resort. And we're going to see some bloodshed over there. Stalwart, well, we know Bootcamp has been their home since day number 1. And like you also anticipated, Shadow, High Voltage and SITM, they're not going to back out. But they've got a little bit of a spread, right? Where... the players of High Voltage, they've taken over the shrine area, and then SITM, they're gonna just spread out on that western island. But ooh, an interesting circle, a circle that really might favor Skylightz Gaming over here.
The circle itself is calling for the chaos, and looks like the players of SITM Esports, they were trying to shy away from the fight, but the first knock has already come in, and High Voltage jiggle from that height advantage is looking for the confirmation. But I think it's an easy revival. He'll be back on his feet, but at the same time, we have the players of Deadeyes also lurking nearby, where Turulov Sir can do a third party, or maybe can be in the crosshairs of Jiggle. So both these teams need to be a bit cautious. Yes, the revival has been there, but the question is how the players of SITM Esports are going to back away from this position. Okay, they do have the vehicle, so it's going to be a safe escape.
I mean, you call it out too soon, because we know what happens to vehicles. All it needs is one good spray, and well, Jiggle decided not waste his ammunition over there. It's still early phases of the game. They've just barely dropped, haven't got the best of loot. I mean, Jiggle, what does he have? Just a Kevlar and a Beryl and a QBZ to work around with. So now they're gonna get back to looting, but that is not where the concerns end, right? They have to cross the bridge with a lot of those teams guarding these zones, and they have to get inside the circle somehow. And high voltage, I mean, we know what really happened with them in the past game, and they somehow have to recover from that. Not the best of the starts, and right now things aren't really looking sunny for them either, as Jane is in the wrong territories as he's trying to run away, at least from danger. But for how long he'll get spotted down, and Mondo is not going to spare him at all. But still, Jane does come out with that one frag and goes dirty with that and gets that finish done. And NB Esports, they're going to get a quick slap at their face. I mean, they had 4 of their players and still lost out on Mondo. And this is where the question marks are going to be raised at what their intention is going to be, because Jane, he was quite suicidal. He knew that he had nowhere to run or hide. Might as well take a fight and get away with it. A cheeky one finish for both these teams, and certainly one that's quite hurtful for NB Esports.
Well, Jane was not prepared for the players of NB Esports, because very rarely NB Esports, they move away from Paradise Resort. But NB Esports, they should have been prepared about the position of T2K players, especially Jane. Because one time when NB Esports, they rotated early from Paradise, they faced Jane, and Jane took down 2 or 3 players from the side of NB Esports. So this time, this confirmation should have not come. The knock, I understand, but where was the backup? They should have been prepared about the position of Jane. But now T2K, they have already lost 1 player. I8, they are also in the close proximity. So there is a chance of I8 also showing up on the doorstep of T2K. If not, maybe from far off angle, they can try and pick individual players from the side of T2K. So T2K, they have to be very cautious. They don't have the perfect resources in their hands right now. They have to go for the secondary loot as well.
A little bit of a silence setting over. Stalwart and Seal, real close proximities to each other, and then you've got for medical vibes also. Western side of the circle, just outside of boot camp, and that is one to really look out for. T2K, in the meanwhile, they're going to be looking out for some prey. Their nearby proximity as for medical vibes and Stalwart, they're about to lock horns against each other. Action, he's one with the nature, in the green, in the grasses, just waiting for one of the players of for medical vibes to make a mistake. And I think that sort of has been the Achilles heels for medical vibes, because what they've been doing a lot is they've been quite impatient. I mean, I really applaud your gun skills. There's nobody second down there, because that's the kind of dominance that they had established in the first 2 weeks of the league stages. But in the 3rd week, that's where teams really figured out. So have had a really nice defensive approach against them. And for medical vibes, realize that they just cannot be running around trying to spot out players and take their lives out for fun. So they've got to be a little more tactical, use their brains a little bit more if they need to go on and win this entire thing. Now, we've seen them playing from the past rosters, but as for medical vibes, this is their first PMPL. So it's going to be interesting to see how their approach is really going to be, because Stalwart, they kind of sandwiched. Even the players of Seal are coming, and if they kind of go on to take a fight over there, they're going to let out on the gunshots, they're going to give their position away, and teams like SITM or maybe Deadeyes, they could really capitalize on that.
Even the players of Seal Esports, they can gatekeep the players of SITM and Deadeyes over there, because Seal, the split that is coming from this side, might work in their favor as long as Stalwart Esports doesn't join the game. But it looks like Deadeye guys, they are getting picked off, like you predicted, by the players of SITM Esports. Few of the teams going for a very late rotation, other players of high voltage, but they have all the reasons. They need the points, so it's better to be safe rather than losing onto your few players. On the southern side, we have few teams going for late rotation, like the players of DRS, TRZ, and Raw officials are also placed on the periphery of the circle. So DRS, they need to be very cautious, especially from the side of Raw officials.
Oh, they certainly have to be. I mean, at this point, there's no room for errors, no room for mistake. And, well, Illumin8 find themselves in a really good position where Deadeyes Guys, all right. Oh, quite helpless as SITM. They decide to go out for fishing. It's a good sunny weather and get a single knock over there. And the next could be the other player. He's already taken quite the brunt over there. Slayer, how long is he going to survive there? Maybe not for long as he finally gets taken down. Now, what are the avenues for the players of Deadeyes? And, one good thing they did to Sanhok was take away that healing battle tactic, which a lot of teams really relied upon. And since that is now out of the picture, gives a lot of room and space for the others kind of take those battles head on. And SITM, they were kind of anticipating, have had a really good start. And since they've made a lot of noise, I think Seal is going to be watchful on their backs. Yes, Becca and Rogue, they're doing exactly the same. At the moment, the players of SITM kind of close in on the distance, they're not going to be welcomed with any sort of garlands, right? It's going to be all those bullets just shredding their skin and turning it wide open as Kansha from Raw decides to deal with Slipknot from Leo. Now, Slipknot has not had the best of starts, to be honest, in its shadow.
Yeah, last time also Slipknot was the guy from Leo Esports who was taken down pretty early in the game. In fact, he was the first one. This time Leo Esports, they are surviving with only a single player. Raw officials, Leo Esports, they were trying to come from the complete southern eastern side. That is where Raw officials came in, but looks like SITM were not prepared for the players of Seal Esports as QB has been taken down. Now SITM, the remaining two players being one with the nature, and Dobu trying to lure the players of Seal Esports out of the cover with those vehicles. But he should be prepared. No, he's going for the revival right in the process of Rogue. And Rogue is going to capitalize and get the contribution point onto two players of SITM. SITM, they should have been prepared. This was a very brave move coming from the side of the player to go for the revival at this point when you don't even know the exact location of your opponent. Now Jiro, his position has been compromised. Becca has a vague idea where Jiro could be.
Oh, but does not have those grenades. And as a result, decides to back off. Desert. He's taking a flank over there. Not at the highest grounds. And this could be a cause of concern. On the other side, we've got a battle ensuing between For Medical Vibes and DRS. Both of them going head to head against each other. As now, Team Seal, they're trying to close in on Jiro. Jiro does have the DBS, so if anybody dares to, just rush upon him, they're going to meet their makers. That's for sure. But DRS, they have not just been pushed to a corner, right? They're fighting back, exchanging blows, and getting a few finishes over there. But for now, it's a little bit of a silence. Both these teams realize that they need to go out from over here. SITM do not have the best of meds, kind of heal themselves back up and then make a dash inside the zone. Where they must be wondering what they've been doing, what they could do, and Jiro meets his demise over here as Sanchi and his teammates. They're gonna make an escape inside the circle. So SITM, the winners of the previous game, now have been reduced to just that one last man standing. But the question over here, Shadow, is for how long?
For how long? At the same time, DRS and 4MV, they're also going up against each other, and Rules with a grenade was trying to find some connection, but no connection whatsoever. East is still safe. Second grenade comes in, but East, he needs to patch himself up because he's down to 40 HP, but somewhere else, Delta comes in and takes down East over there. Now DRS, they have managed to get 2 defeat points onto the plus of 4MV. What is happening? 4MV again losing onto those frontal battles. 2 players taken out pretty early in the game. And from the looks of it, the remaining 2 players are also not looking so very good in terms of the position. They are on the low ground at the mercy of the blue. And DRS, they are already ahead of the plus of 4MV. And they do have a vague idea about the remaining 2 players' position.
They certainly do. And at this point, 4MV, they're kind of out of options, right? They just have to patch themselves up, and DRS, they're kind of going on a soiree, just trying to figure out where the players are. But eventually they decide that it's better to get themselves into a good spot inside the circle, and they will do exactly the same. So Skylightz Gaming are in a prime position almost at the epicenter of the zone, and then we've got even the players of T2K in a really promising position. And now, so one thing follows the other, right? So it was SITM who sat back on, dealt with Deadeyes Guys. Eventually, when they made their move inside the circle, it was Seal who kind of sealed their fate. And now, when Seal wanted to get in, it was Stalwart waiting. So Stalwart kind of being the Giga Chads over here, they knew exactly what to do. All they had to do was just fend off this push coming in from behind, and successfully have done so. So already 3 defeats to their names, and they're going to be happy. And Tops is in a pristine form right now.
The Western rotations are not favoring so many teams. Seal, they have also been reduced to just one-man squad. That is going to be Sanchir. Yes, the players of NB Esports and Stalwarts, they are still keeping the Western circle, Western edge control of the circle. At the same time, from the southern end, we have the players of southern eastern end. We have the players of Mabetex Esports in the close proximity of Skylightz Gaming. Where 4MV, they are still at the mercy of the blue, not having the numbers, and looks like DRS, they're just waiting for the plus of 4MV.
Yeah, and I think a battle has already broken down yet again. Once more, for Miracle Vibes do not have the best of numbers, and DRS, all they need to do is just get inside the circle. Now, this is where they're finally going to be truly tested. And one of their players, there you go, Refuse, gets taken down, courtesy to that blue zone that has been really haunting them, lacking a lot of meds. But now the big question for DRS is how are they going to enter inside the circle? A few of their players have successfully done so. But now, what lies ahead for them? That's a big question. And for Team Seal, they have also been eliminated. And at the 14th spot, not the best of positions to get out at. And SITM, the last player surviving for so long, I think it was Desert. And could not be alive to witness those final few moments as DRS barge in, trying to breach through Stalwart Esports' defense as Gante has been spotted out, and IC delivers this blow, and instant trades coming in from DRS. Now the battle is on between these two big teams, and to find out who comes out as the winner. A very pivotal fight, control for that southern area, and DRS making sure that Gante comes down to safety before they can go for the rest.
This is a very important revival for the players of DRS. At the same time, Stalwart Esports as well. Lizard being one with the nature, spots one player, but instantly Rolls was placed perfectly, takes down Lizard over there, not Tops, with a grenade or a Molotov. Might be looking for some opening. As Stalwart, they have been reduced to only 2 men. DRS, this is their map. They shine the best in the map of Sanhok, and Stalwart Esports, how they are going to deal in such an outnumbered fight. Killer with the vehicle is trying to lure the player out of the cover, and Tops, his position has been compromised. Killer with a close frontal battle, but he has been taken down by Action from the back lines, providing the homing support. Tops over there. At the same time, Gyante also goes down. What is happening to the plus of DRS? Their numbers are dwindling down, and Rolls, there is no chance that he can come and save his teammates.
Yeah, there certainly isn't any. And DRS getting a little too eager, a little too complacent, or kind of unaware of Action's position, and have had to deal with the results. Everybody just decided to push in on Tops, and Action had a free duck hunt going on for himself over there. And Stalwart somehow still, against all odds, have managed to keep themselves alive, and courtesy to Action and Top. Again, that partnership duo really doing wonders for them. But so much of noise, i8 is now aware of the threat looming around them as Action gets spotted. A few pot shot at his direction. Takes a couple of bullets on his body though. Still has managed to keep himself alive. Kicking and running, but not for long. I do not know what he was trying to do there, as Fistboy really capitalizes on that situation. Gets that knock delivered. But with 24 seconds left for the zone to start closing in, should be a revival coming in for Action there. And back on his feet, as now the march inside the circle begins. Mabetex, T2K, they've got some really good spot inside the zone, and so have the players of IHC and High Voltage also. The battle between the northern and southern teams, and Michael TRZ in that eastern areas. They've got those few compounds to really capitalize with. But Kunyo TRZ, gotta see what can they do out of here as Tops finally finds out Rule's position, just hiding in the grass, and make sure that he's dealt with.
now we are left with only 10 teams, 26 plus remaining in the game. High Voltage keeping the northern control and the numbers in their favor. On the other side, the players of T2K, their numbers are dwindling down as Rick is still bleeding. TRZ, they are still looking for some connection and opening onto the players of Skylightz Gaming. But AJ, Mafia Ninja, being one with the nature, AJ, all he has is a little tree trunk cover, but looks like Nima was spotted down by Sandesh over there, and perfect spray comes in. He goes down, but easy revival should be coming in. At the same time, Mabetex Esports, they are also doing a third party as Baron is going to take down the remaining players, the entirety of T2K Esports. And T2K this time, they have been eliminated at 10th spot with only 2 eliminations to their name. Not a good start coming in, not good points coming in for the players of T2K. But Skylightz, it's a blessing in disguise for them.
Yeah, it certainly has been, right? Ever since the zone had formed out, we know that Skylightz Gaming, ever since even they were a part of DRS, had so much trouble in Sanhok, quite pertaining to the fact that the circle always went west and they could not get themselves inside the zone. So this time, Kunyo TRZ, being really aware of Skylightz Gaming's presence, are just going to exchange a few grenades over there. And there you can see No Fear has to get a little bit of a fear instilled in his heart as those grenades just keep pouring in. And have been taking quite some damage over there as the exchange keeps on continuing. And eventually Mamba is going to find that opening knock over there. AJ, he's been dealt with. Of course, they've got a lob, a few smokes there, and TRZ, they're kind of trying to take control over there. Mad Cat goes in with the push, and AJ gets driven over as now the push comes in as the shots are being fired, and one after the other, the players of Skylightz Gaming, they're just falling down. But again, we get to see that DBS in action, and there you see Mafia Ninja trying to keep the fort alive, trying to keep the defenses alive, as Mamba just spraying through. Now will shift on towards his UMP. And eventually, it was a little scrappy, but Kunyo TRZ still come back with that victory in that particular fight against Kunyo, in fact, against Skylightz Gaming, and have managed to eliminate, to annihilate them, as High Voltage are in real close proximities of NB Esports.
But NB, they don't have the numbers and sec position has been compromised. A perfect grenade could have been a perfect grenade, but the blue zone is going to force sec to come out. And only on a sliver of HP, Prabeen, just one bullet is required, and Jiggle with that UMP45 is going to take down sec. Easy confirmation coming in, leaving Fistboy all by himself in a 1v4 situation. He's trying to make a quick, safe escape and scuttle back to the safety somehow. But the question is, will he be allowed to do so? Because we have the players of I8 also in the close proximity. So Fistboy, his days are numbered. But at the same time, I8, they're busy with the players of TRZ as Nova X finds a perfect knock onto Steel Shot. Let's see if we can get the confirmation, because the players or the teammates of Steel Shot are in the close proximity. So revival should be coming in, because I8, they're not pushing onto the players. At the same time, they have a vague idea about the players of High Voltage, and Malik in the crosshairs of Ophies just survived.
Just it was barely there, as Nova manages to get the better out of Steel Shot, as Viper is just charging in, showing no fear, no mercy at all, wants to get it all. Now Fistboy, he's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's got High Voltage, he's got I8, he's got teams just floundering everywhere around him. Mamba gets spotted out right in the open. Woofizz wants to capitalize on the situation, sprays down and gets that finish. With that being said, Kunyo TRZ, they've been dealt with as Sky finally land that killer blow on the players of NB. The last man being taken down, and it has all come down to these 3 teams over here. We've got Illumin8, we've got Mabetex and High Voltage fighting out against each other for that chicken. So Sky and Viper getting really close and personal. Players of High Voltage, I can see Sky, he's got to get back into safety. He's got to get back into good covers. Just hiding behind that rock. Let's see how close can Jiggle get. One thing that Illumin8 can really capitalize on is that high ground advantage. They have to themselves. Viper revealing a lot of his bodies out there, will eventually get punished by Jiggle. But the trades are definitely not in order, and certainly hurt the ways of I8 right now.
Now Jiggle, he has to keep the enemy at the bay, because his teammate Prabeen might be going for the revival. At the same time, Lowax going for the rescue mission onto Viper has been dealt with. Now I8, they have been reduced to 2 men, but Woofies finds a perfect knock and confirmation onto the remaining players of High Voltage. And finally, Team I8, Illumin8 Crew, they get a perfect chicken dinner for themselves in the second match of the Grand Finals.
And there you can see the happiness on the faces of the players of Illumin8. We all thought, folks, that they're just gonna end up to an early demise, courtesy to that little, Paradise Resort clash that occurs. But that was not the case this time. These are the Grand Finals, and like anticipated, they sort of went into safety and rather prioritized the circle, eventually took the control of the Southern Hills, and then had that high ground to their favor. As a result of which, it was a very close battle with High Voltage. Eventually, there were a few mistakes made from both the sides, but now with this chicken dinner, they have propelled themselves to the 8th spot. Especially after having a really lousy start in the first game. This is exactly the game that Illumin8 Crew needed to get themselves back into the picture.
Is here.
Oh, thank you.
Go, go, go!
Alright, so that was quite an interesting game of Sanhok that we had to witness, and we're back again, folks, and yes, you are watching the PMPL SA23, the Grand Finals, and we're finally done with game number 2. It was Sanhok and Illumin8 Crew did manage to get the chicken dinner in this one, and making things even more interesting because, well, I mean, I was not a part of the league stages, but seems like that little hiatus that we had, that little week break, teams have really utilized that, and now we see everybody just giving it their all. And talking about the MVP, we've got Baron from Mabetex, and did not get to see a lot out of him, but surely has racked up 5 eliminations to his name, Shadow.
Well, even the players of I8 need to thank Baron because he was able to take down the numbers of High Voltage in the end fight. He did find a knock onto Malik, but in the end, I8 players were able to eliminate Mabetex Esports Baron as well. But kudos to him. He was doing everything to the perfection. He survived till the top 3-5 elimination to his name. A very consistent and good performance coming from the side of Mabetex Esports. But along with Baron, let's have a look at the top players. Who are the top players? Could be his teammates. Yes, Kesse is there.
Yeah, Cassie is at least there. But, Stalwart Esports. Oh God, how did they turn the tables around that? Still, how could DRS make such a rookie mistake over there? Just wanted to isolate Tops, but eventually it was action, just from the backlines, getting those limbs to his name. But regardless, it was a good game for Tops, especially when it kind of seemed like DRS could be getting that chicken dinner after having such a nice start dealing with formerical vibes and getting into the circle. Had a really good fight against Stalwart, had a very good beginning, took down 2 of their players quite easily. But the top players over here, so you've got Mamba from Kunyo TRZ. I really loved the way they just pushed upon there. I think it was Skylightz Gaming that they dealt with, and Mamba showed no fear. And that is where props goes out to him. Delta was really amazing in those early initial phases, but what really happened in the end, that was not something that I can really digest or process. Do not get to see a lot of those Baron's frags on our screen, so can't really say how he got it. But I think it's primarily coming down to the fact that a lot of teams decided to push, and Mabetex, they had a really good circle for themselves, and did get quite a lot of position points also, including those finishes. But taking a quick look at the summary, they are right in front of your screen.
Well, Baron, I think he did find few good initial knocks onto the players of Leo Esports. In fact, not just the knocks, the confirmation as well, because Leo, Raw, Mabetex Esports, they were all trying to come from the southern eastern side. That is where Mabetex Esports did capitalize. At the same time, we have Mamba having the highest assist from the side of TRZ. Even TRZ, they were also on the southern eastern side. So in that match summary, we have all the players who were trying to move from southern eastern front. In the match ranking, this time we have IHC Crew on the top with 18 points. Mabetex Esports having a high fragging game, 10 elimination points, 15 total points to them.
Oh yeah, I mean, talking about this particular matchup, it was Illumin8 Crew that took away all the laurels, right? And the other teams, especially for medical vibes, they really need to step up. And seems like the ghosts of their past have been haunting them, not just to them. It's kind of a tradition, or rather a custom, that you go on to win the league stages and then suddenly something goes wrong and you kind of falter down in the grand final. So this is where, for medical vibes, not really the place that we had anticipated them to be at. But IHC Esports also not really having the best of games, especially having such a strong start in the first game of Miramar. Skylightz Gaming, they had such a good position where I really went on to call out them as one of the favorites in this particular game, but did not seem to be the case, as Kunyo TRZ, it was just that one grenade opener that they need to seal the deal, and the others also. I mean, Raw, we're still waiting to see anything out of them. T2K, early on, Jane did find that a little bit of an opening, but they were in such a bad spot, especially, they were around NB Sports, in fact, I feel, and Mondo was just dealt with. So that is one of those things that's going to hurt them a lot. A lot of those teams are kind of making these mistakes under extreme pressure. And it's still those early days of the grand finals. Out of 18, we're done with 16 games. We're done with 2 games out of those 18. So 16 more remaining. And we take a quick look at the overall standings, where Stalwart Esports still find themselves at the very top, courtesy to all that points amassed in that as their bonus points.
And for MV, this day is not entirely in their favor, but still they are sitting on the second spot, all thanks to those bonus points. T2K Esports not having a very good run in the first 2 games. They are sitting on the third spot with total of 76 points to their name. But Mabetex Esports, they are able to get too many elimination points for themselves. They are sitting on the third spot, but teams that need to step up are the players of Raw officials. They barely qualified by 7 points, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, they qualified just by 7 points. The Raw officials, they really need to step up. So do the players of Deadeyes Guys and Leo Esports, because they are sitting on the bottom, and that is not the place, especially for the players of Deadeyes Guys.
Oh, it certainly isn't, right? Not where you would expect to see them, and really need to have to push themselves even further. And SITM, especially considering how they started off their journey in the first game, they have been looking quite promising. They've been looking quite hot. But the Sanhok game, I mean, could not really say the same, right? They went on to gatekeep other players of DE eventually when things went ahead. They were also get kept, and I think it was the players of Seal, and then it was Stalwart that did the remainder of the job. And Stalwart, I think one of my favorite moments was that fight against DRS, where they kind of really just went in with the push with their eyes closed. They thought, they're just going to get that knock on top, but wasn't so easy as action was there. And we could see a lot of action there, and nobody had any idea. I mean, one of their players, it was a 3-1 split. One of the players was a little far, but he was not providing the cover fire, which something really hard for me to contemplate as to what was going on in DRS, what were the comms like, and if we get into an interview with one of those players, maybe we could find the answer, but they kind of bottled their chances over there. Now, getting into the next map, Shadow, it's going to be Erangel. Now, with the way this debacle is going on right now, I mean, I'm kind of really confused who's going to get the win in this one. As we take a look at the schedule, it is Erangel, like I said, right? And all these teams are all just riled up, excited for the match to begin. But Shadow, now we know what time it is. It's time for making those predictions. So, who do you think is going to, win this one?
I'm confused between two teams, T2K and IHC, but T2K, they have been having a bit of the downfall in their performance. So, okay, never mind. I'll go with T2K only.
All right. So, for you, it's going to be T2K. But for me, I think, I kind of have this hunch where, let's say, IHC's got this. Because, IHC are showing signs of promises. They've been doing pretty well. So T2K for Shadow and IHC for me. I mean, that's going to be pretty much our prediction. We've already done that, and it's going to get updated pretty soon. So again, this is where we also ask the viewers, because the way things are panning out, especially in the day one of the grand finals, it's so difficult to actually predict, and seems like the caster's curse is setting over. So at a point, I'm going to take the liberty of making no predictions at all if I feel like, we are the ones jinxing their chances to glory. So we're going to try and avoid doing that. But Erangel, we're going to come back to the bread and butter, map of this game that we really love and adore. And, Erangel is one of those maps where all the teams are so well equipped with, knowing what to do, where to loot, how to get the job done. And T2K, interesting choice. They've had a little, kind of a rough start, but why T2K, Shadow?
Because every single time T2K they come into the map of Erangel, they start dominating from the northern side. The perfect rotations are always showcased. Yes, up until the mid of week number 3, T2K were having the best of the time. They were on the top of the leaderboard. But after that, maybe they were trying to experiment something for the grand finals, or maybe their strategies were read by other teams. They were not able to get the chicken dinner, but the high fragging game has always been showcased by the players of T2K. At the same time goes same for the players of IHC, because IHC also tends to perform the best in the map of Erangel. So yes, IHC can also be the team to get this victory for themselves.
Let's just hope. Let's just hope that either of T2K or IHC come out swinging to become the winners, folks, as we finally head on to the beautiful green pastures of Erangel and find for ourselves who's going to be the victor in this one. So many of those hot favorites right in front of our screens. Everybody has their game faces on for medical vibes, still vying to contest, vying to compete, try to get that chicken dinner, try and get things going in, because you've got that little bit of a cushion. Stalwart, again, one of the hot favorites. They've also got that cushion there. But we've seen those early losses have been haunting them for the past 2 games. Now, this is where I think they've kind of got to figure themselves out what they have to do, as we can see the flight path trajectory sort of dissecting the map, not really into 2 halves, but one of those flight path trajectories where these players are going to be really, really happy about.
Well, the flight path is already calling for long rotations for the players of IHC because they tend to go towards the side of Georgopol City, especially. So yeah, definitely IHC, they are up for a very long journey. They need to resort to those vehicles if they again want to go towards Georgopol. But talking about 4MV, the good thing is Illumin8 they are out of the picture, so there is no bridge camp happening. At least that is what the players of 4MV and I am hoping right now, because Illumin8 always they used to go for the bridge camp. This is also one of the reason that 4MV were not able to perform really good in few of the games, because they used to engage in early fight with the players of Illumin8. But TRZ again going for their home ground, that is towards the side of Primorsk. IHC towards the side of Milta Power. Oh, how can I forget? They do have a secondary drop location, and this time again we have a Eastern Circle. Okay, this time the rotations that are going to come from the Western Front are not going to be so easy. That is where we have the players of Leo Esports, Seal Esports, even the players of Skylightz Gaming. On the other side, this can be a good game for the players of NB Esports. Mabetex, they are towards the side of Lipovka. The question is, does Lipovka offer enough resources? Maybe they can head over and loot the compounds of prison and mansion area and all those small little compounds over there, the secondary loot, and then Mabetex Esports, they're good to go. But talking about T2K, they're again heading towards the side of Siverny. They can come from the northern front all the way from the coastline, eastern coastline, and have a perfect position for themselves in this very circle. But talking about early fight, this can be brewing up between the players of Leo Esports or Seal Esports and Skylightz Gaming, because all these three teams are in such close proximity to each other that I'm a little worried about one player from the side of Leo Esports, because look at his position. He's so close to the players of Skylightz Gaming, and Mafia Ninja can head over to him, and then Leo Esports, well, early casualty will again come in from their side.
I mean, it can, and to be honest, right, Leo have not had the best of starts. Every single time we see one of their players just get taken down, and that is one of the cause of concerns from their side, right? And this is where it's gonna be interesting to see what really happens. You know, not a lot of battles that have emerged, at least for now. All the players still alive, everybody getting their job done, getting their loots done. And this is one of those games where, you know, it could just be either DRS or maybe the players of NB Esports with how Eastern the circle is gone. We've seen in the past also, you know, these circles kind of tend to have that shift towards mostly we've seen around the Lumberjack Hills. So a few players, a few teams might want to take control of that territory before things start getting really intense and hot. But as things are, you know, Shadow, all these teams, not few of them, like anticipated, the hot favorites haven't really been playing like favorites, have they? Because everybody has had their fair share of good moments, and they suddenly just throw everything out and kind of get taken down. I mean, DRS, they were looking so good. They had that certain control to themselves up until the point they went up against Stalwart, and after getting those two early picks, we all saw what they did. But yes, for Medical Vibes being one of the strongest teams, usually I think, I mean, the kind of research that we were doing where I was asking about how these players have been performing so far, for Medical Vibes had a lot of hindrance coming in from Illumin8, always trying to just bridge block them. But this time, considering Illumin8 are not playing, so I think, you know, for Medical Vibes are not going to have that sort of an issue anymore. But maybe Kunyo TRZ could decide to try and stop them. Do you think that's going to happen?
I doubt, because I was the one that was criticizing the most the strategy coming from the side of Illumin8 going up against the players of 4MV, because that costed Illumin8 the qualification for the grand finals. And I believe at this stage, on the very first day, going up against the top dogs in the lobby is not going to go in the favor of any of the teams. Rivalry at this stage is not going to benefit anyone. Maybe on the last day, towards the last final few games, we can see certain teams having a bullseye target on their back. But at this point, I don't think so. TRZ, they won't go up against the players of 4MV. But on the other side, I'm worried about the players of Stalwart Esports, because they are in the city of Novoripnoi, and we have the players of DRS in the city of Milta. Then we have I8 towards the farm area. So the rotations are not going to be so very easy for the players of Stalwart Esports.
But again, Stalwart, knowing that they're Stalwart, they somehow tend to find a way every single time, right? And they've been in this situation, right? Ever since I've seen Stalwart playing, they were the ones that tend to drop on Novrepnoy, and ever since I've made it their home. Dare you challenge them at Novrepnoy, and make sure that you're prepared to meet your maker. So, Stalwart, I think what's going to be crucial though is going to be the timing of when they make that entry inside the circle, because it's kind of getting clustered in by a lot of teams, especially when you're talking about those junction points where you've got the city of Milta being held by the players of DRS, then Illumin8, they've got control over farm. So Stalwart has to figure out which area they're gonna try and hold on to. I mean, there's that longer route which I barely think Stalwart's gonna opt for, where they kind of take over the military bridge, go from the left side and try and get in. But I think Stalwart also has that access towards that waterways, right, where they can also take that over and maybe just creep in from maybe Milta Power. So there are a lot of options that Stalwart has got at this moment. But I think Stalwart's gonna opt for a rather late rotation, considering they would want to let either of DRS or I8 further get inside the circle, which is pretty much the case that's happening right now. Now, once the circle 2 forms upon us, and then we'll see a lot of teams migrating to a little north over there, as True Love, he spotted out Mafia Ninja in the far off fray, and this is one of those points where they could just kind of exchange a couple of bullets, like you say, try and deplete their opponent's resources, and that's pretty much about it. Because the distance, I barely think anyone is foolish enough over here to just give their bodies away.
Agreed. Your confirmation won't come in, the knock can come in, and Skylightz Gaming, they can't afford to deplete their resources because all they have is a single first aid and few grenades in their hands. So yes, Skylightz Gaming, they need to go for the secondary loot as well. At this point, they can't afford to engage in a long-range fight with the players of Deadeyes Guys. But talking about the rotations, few early rotations are also coming from the northern front. We have the players of T2K already in the close proximity to the players of Skylightz. At the same time, Mabetex Esports. Mabetex, they're looking so very comfortable because they drop in towards Lipovka. They already have the entire eastern coast in control under their favor. But the teams that are coming from the western side and trying to contest that potato hill could be the players of Seal and 4MV. We have seen time and time again in these kind of circles that majority of the teams try to contest that potato hill over there, and that is where we see the demise of so many players and the teams for the circle again in the favor of T2K and SITM Esports.
No, this is one of those curveballs that I think teams weren't prepared for, and now you could see those migrations set in, right? What I'm really surprised, take a look, two players of Illumin8, Sky over there along with his teammate, he's kind of trying to sandwich the players of Stalwart. If Woofies gets a little ahead over there, but now this is gonna all be a dent in their plans, right? What they decided was maybe choke the players of Stalwart from north and south, and then maybe just take them down. But considering how the circle has shifted, I think they've got to make a run inside the zone themselves, right? And this is where everything sort of changes. But I hope Illumin8 has enough meds on two of their players who are outside the circle right now. And yes, there you could see Woofis and his teammate, they have no interest in trying to contest Stalwart over here. Now all these teams are kind of settling in, trying to get the center of the circle. Since it has gone a little northern side, that anticipation where we could see something happening happening around those lumberjack hills kind of goes folly out of the window, right? Now this is one of those maps where maybe teams like Mabetex could really benefit, but anything could possibly happen, because even we've seen on multiple occasions Skylightz Gaming has been one of those teams that really massively benefits from circles like this. As now Mabetex, they've got a team right on their toes. It is going to be the players of Raw Officials as they just absolutely destroy them. Everybody decided to push in from one side. All they had to do was just get their armies united and pushed in from two different directions. But hold on, have no time to breathe, as now IHC suddenly decides to be a part of the party, as Alex decides to close in. John with the DBS. Wally having the grenade will have to get taken down, and IHC need a little bit of a respite, need a little bit of a recuperation, and once that's done, they're gonna strike again, and so do they, as Godless gets one knocked down over there, and Leo showcasing his head, and it's gonna be AJ from a long distance that deals with it. But Baron somehow has kept his team alive in this battle.
And these are the crucial revivals that Mabetex Esports and the plus of IHC need to go in. Baron going for the revival onto his fallen teammate. Better revive one teammate as all the 3 players are down on their knees. Then we have the players of Skylightz Gaming as well, who can do a third party, and both these teams are not prepared for it. Zol gets the confirmation onto Valley as he's going for the rescue mission onto Demo over there. And Skylightz, yes, they are showing up on the doorstep, and Nima gets a confirmation onto Kese over there. Now Mabetex surviving only 2 players. Both these teams, they don't have the numbers to deal with the wrath of Skylightz Gaming. And this compound, it is attracting all the teams. Nima with a grenade might be looking for some opening. No fear, Nima barging under the supervision of AJ and Mafia Ninja from the far lines. But somewhere else on the map, we have the plus of SEAL Esports and I8 also going up against each other, where trades are coming to and fro.
I mean, this is something quite unexpected from Skylightz Gaming, you know, just being the ones taking the opportunity where they find both these teams quite weakened down, right? IHC decided to go with the push, but still have few of all of their players, in fact, alive. But Skylightz Gaming, you know, so much being done to take control over this territory, this area. You know, of course, would want to take down the players of Mabetex, and Jol succeeds in taking down Leo over here. And now they know that Mabetex, they've been reduced to just a one-man team over here. And this is the perfect time where maybe Skylightz Gaming or maybe someone from IHC kind of decides to go into the push, as Mafia Ninja with that SLK gets that knock, and now the final player remains as IHC. They would also want to join the party over here as Mabetex, they have been eliminated now. It is a battle, you know, just fuming out between these 2 big teams, and somebody needs to survive over here. Somebody needs to keep their hopes alive, as IHC, they have been very aggressive. But AJ, he knows how to defend. And we know one thing from Skylightz Gaming, their defenses have been quite solid. And they can certainly just try and keep IHC at bay. And IHC, taking that smart route, they decide to retrieve. As for Miracle Vibes, they decide to strike down. What's going on, Shadow?
So many teams are eyeing for this compound. Third parties, fourth parties are happening. IHC, they are out there in the open. On the other side, Skylightz Gaming, they do have a good compound, but Fuse comes in with a perfect grenade, takes down No Fear over there. Follow-up grenade might come in the way the players of 4, and we are trying to converge the players of Skylightz from all different directions. Multiple grenades could be coming in. Nima, I don't know how he's surviving with the barrage of grenades that is coming in his direction. Yes, Nima is going for the revival onto No Fear, a very crucial revival. At the same time, IHC, this is the opportunity they can capitalize, but 4MB Apex again gets a knock onto Nima and confirmation onto No Fear. This is the moment Skylightz Gaming, they don't have the numbers in their favor, but Mafia Ninja is still keeping the hope alive as he takes down Apex over there.
You know, this is something that I'm still, you know, going over through. What's going on? No, of course we know it's a very important compound, but 5 freaking teams have contested for it. And Skylightz Gaming, everybody, I mean, the hunters are getting hunted over here. IHC, they've taken the big route, they've got retreated, they realize so many teams are coming to fight in. And there you go, Nima also meeting his maker. As for Miracle Vibes, they haven't lost out on numbers yet. As Mafia Ninja and AJ, they really need to defend this compound with all their might, as Doc922 decides to push in, refuse from one angle, and there you have the DBS on display. And now even Zol wants to be a part of this party, does get that beautiful knock with his DBS, gets it confirmed. As for Miracle Vibes, they are the teams that are now starting to lose out on the valuable men. As now Skylightz Gaming, they have to defend. You know, they've got that you know, first floor in their control still now, but now it's just getting swarmed in by so many teams over here. And the smoke, the moment it dissipates, this is where the battle again will just break out. As IHC, they had gone for a little bit of a retreat, and so have the players of Miracle Vibes. Now Skylightz Gaming, how long can they hold on? Because you know, with just these 2 players remaining, and IHC, they're taking their sweet time. They do not have a lot of those grenades to work out. In fact, nothing. And if they can set a perfect crossfire, as Alex has decided to push in, Marco Ninja gets taken down, the other player gets spotted in the emergency room, and the wrath of DBS strikes again as Skylightz Gaming, they bite the dust.
Oh, they certainly do, and IHC, they have managed to take the control of this compound. On the other side, we have the plus of Stalwart Esports going up against I8, fighting for a compound where Action has been knocked out. IC going for the revival. Yes, the smokes are down. On the other side, High Voltage are also locking horns with the players of NB Esports. Trades are coming back and forth, and Tops is literally burning in that Molotov. He needs to patch himself up. Stalwart, 3 players. I8 Viper might be looking for a grenade knock onto the plus of Stalwart Esports, but can he find an opening? And looks like he won't be able to find any. At the same time, he has to go for the revival, and this is the moment of the shotgun is going to strike in towards the panic room, and Viper also gets bye-bye with that. I8, they have been eliminated at 11th spot with just one single elimination in their name. Now Stalwart Esports, they have got 2 defeat points. Yes, they did lose onto Z, but 3 players, 2 defeat points. I think it's a fair trade.
Oh, it certainly is. I mean, especially with the way things had started off for Stalwart Esports, losing out on one of their players pretty early, they've done a decent job in recovering themselves. As now we kind of approach the end game slowly and surely. Teams, I mean, already 6 teams have bitten the dust, as Godless also gets dealt with. For Medical Vibes have had done a pretty decent job, you know, striking when the iron was hot. And they also did manage to retreat, but in all that, they did lose out on Refuse. But for Medical Vibes, now they're showing intent on trying to fight out against the players of IHC, but East, he's getting shot at and now needs to find some cover, which he does eventually. But what does he do next with T2K right in front of him? Even IHC trying to get their players back alive, especially with Godless just lying down in the dust, as Doc922 gets that finish over there. And now Apex, being the Apex Predator, spots out Jaw, deals with him. And now for Medical Vibes, they've kind of spread out a lot, to be honest. And it's all about that fight ensuing in that southeastern territory. And now Apex is gonna be rescued. Doc922 is there. He's gonna take him along with him, as Alex is just hiding in that shroud of smoke. The moment the smokes dissipates, now that is where we've got to see what does Alex do in that particular moment.
Doc, this guy never fails to impress me from the side of 4MB every single time. I don't know how he manages to land those perfect grenades right on the face of the enemy. This time again, he was able to bring down the numbers of IHC by taking down Zoil with those grenades. Talking about other teams having a good position inside the circle are the players of Leo Esports right in the epicenter. Then we have the players of DRS. But the split, the segregation that is coming from the side of DRS, I don't know. I'm not so sure it is going to work in their favor. But maybe. If it works, it works. But the team that is a bit far away from the circle are the players of NB Esports. Now Deadeyes, they are prepared for the players of TRZ. And TRZ, maybe they're also eyeing for this compound, and Precious Sir with that M416 spray is trying to keep the enemy at the bay. One player from the side of TRZ is surviving on a sliver of HP, and with that, Mad Cat has been knocked out, and Precious Sir gets an easy confirmation as well.
Yeah, I mean, Deadeyes are off to a good start pretty early on, defending their fortress over here, as TRZ's Mamba is going to get pushed upon, as on top showing no mercy at all. Nothing going down there, as Deadeyes, they mean business. And Kunyo TRZ, you know, they've been the aggressors. We've seen them doing that multiple times. And last time, I think against Skylightz Gaming, they might have succeeded, but not this time around. A Steel Shot, the loneliest players there in the server, gets deleted by Precious. And with that being said, Kunyo TRZ, they also have to say their goodbyes over here, as Mondo gets put right off. Is he gonna successfully escape? That's the big question. Does not happen so. But the trades are definitely there. Sik manages to get it, but Mondo, he's got himself in a pretty safe position where he can get the rest back up. And now, it's all down to NB Esports. They're trying to close in the gap. They're trying to go in and commit for the push as 2 players come marching in that his direction. And the slap from DBS comes in. Fistboy gets himself into action as Apex, the final player surviving, will also fall. As NB Esports have done the unthinkable, have managed to absolutely abominate a reckoning force like for Medical Vibes.
4 MB taken out pretty early in the game, something unheard of, but this time they are turtling up their first few games of the grand finals. But T2K, well, they do have a good compound to their name. Up until now, T2K, they have been so very silent, not making any sort of noise. But Jane out there in the open, and Fist Boy is definitely going to punish him with his AUG. And now the knock is there. Siog, he needs to deploy the smokes and go for the rescue mission onto his fallen teammates, because last time in Miramar also T2K, they did have a very good compound to their name. It's just that they were not able to defend it, and this time again if T2K fails to defend this compound, oh, this game might not go in their favor.
I'm kind of still over. Not, I'm still kind of not over the, duel that we got to see. In fact, not a duel. It was 5 teams fighting for that one position. And guess what? That's not even part of the circle right now. And right now, I mean, the shifts have been quite odd, to be honest. I mean, ever since the changes have been made, the rotation timings and everything, it kind of feels like a new game all over again. Right, it's a little freshy. It's kind of a little fresh approach, and DRS, they are the benefiters of this particular circle. They've got quite a lot of their players alive, have got a decent control, and now are getting quite some knocks to their name. So Akaza, he's being dealt with. And we've got the players of Leo. This time they kind of not too overeager. Kind of holding on to that squad house compound control that they have. As Stalwart, they decide to make a move towards the players of Deadeyes, and suddenly this see a smoke, and they decide, no, hold on, you're not going to make a move like that. We have to watch out for the players of Deadeyes, as beautiful final shot connecting, and Kulov falls down on his knees.
Deadeyes, they were trying to move from the northern front, and IHC Esports, they spoke quickly to stop the plus of Deadeyes in their tracks. With that, Stalwart, they are also doing a third party as Tops find a beautiful knock on the one player of Deadeyes. How they are going to survive the situation is very doubtful. On the other side, we have the plus of DRS also going up against the plus of NB Esports towards the southern end, where trades are coming back and forth. SITM QB has been knocked down. Esports, up until now, they have managed to defend this compound so beautifully, finding trades here and there, but not able to get the confirmation. Yante is going to punish the plus of SITM as 0 goes down. DE, Turulov Sir, confirmation coming in from the plus of Stalwart Esports. And look at the position of Deadeye Guys. All they have is a little shack. One grenade can take down on top Sir over there. And then we have only Precious Sir left. Stalwart Esports already looking to push towards the plus of Deadeyes, trying to lure the players out with those vehicles, distract them. So much distraction coming in. Action comes in with a grenade, takes on one player, and the last player also gets died there. And Deadeyes have been eliminated.
Oh yes, I mean, Stalwart just salvaging whatever was remained out of Deadeyes Guys. They were under extreme duress. That is where they kind of capitalized. But at this point, Stalwart had kind of gotten themselves into a really tough position, right? Especially with Leo having that altitude advantage, and considering the fact that Slipknot has been knocked out. Now, one of their primary objectives would be trying to get him back on his feet. They have had to kind of deplete so much of those resources, so much of those smoke grenades deployed over there just to get one of their players back alive. And it's not like it's been a merry ride for Leo Esports so far, right? They've already lost out on Smokey V3, and now they have to somehow save Slipknot. They've managed to get him back, but now Slipknot needs to really escape. Barrage of grenades did come through. Liquid did manage to spot out action, but he's doing nothing to really reveal his position. Kind of that fear has stricken down on his minds that it is Stalwart in front of them, and you're not out to peak when you are against a team like Stalwart. And at this point, DRS still having such a prime position, and now getting contested by the players of NB Esports who are kind of closing in on them. And T2K, they've been out of the zone for a while, but they will also have to figure a way to get inside the circle. And with DRS watching out for them, it's going to be such an arduous task.
Well, DRS, they do have the majority of the real estate and the circle under their control. Leo Esports, they do have to deal with the plus of Stalwart Esports in action with a grenade, is already looking for an opening. The smokes are being thrown. Stalwart, they have to transition themselves inside the circle. And how they're going to do so? Yes, they do have the vehicles, but which area can they hold on to? Because on the eastern side, we have the players of T2K. Towards the southern end, we have the players of DRS having the majority control. Then we have the players of Leo Esports. Stalwart Esports, they have to pick this fight against Leo and try and get that compound in their name. But Haidami, he's prepared with those grenades coming in, but no connection whatsoever. Action down to sliver of HP. He needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. Now Leo Esports, they have to defend this compound. Otherwise, one more bad game might go in their favor because right now they have got only 2 defeat points.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those games that they really need to make it count, considering especially where Tops has been fallen right into his misery as IC. I do not know how did that man escape from that situation, but Action gets some revenge. IC has no clue of Slipknot, who decides to step out in that final moment and will just laden him down with those bullets as Stalwart Esports are successfully dealt with, and a huge sigh of relief for the players of Leo Esports. Haidami, he is gonna get himself patched up pretty soon, as now not a lot of teams remaining. And in fact, just 4. So teams with some big numbers, we've got DRS, then you've got T2K, and now it is going to be Leo. So the final 3 stand, and it is going to be an interesting one. Where does the circle shift? Who does it favor? Which lap does it fall upon? As Rig is just getting sprayed through the smoke. Gets a little bit of a trim there, but not quite worrying enough, as this is not something that Leo were anticipating, considering Liquid has been taken down. Now they're in dire circumstances.
Oh, certainly. Leo Esports at the same time, T2K might come in under heavy fire. Delta with a grenade looking for some opening, but Sandesh takes hefty HP out of those, finally knocks him down. 2 players down from the side of DRS. DRS not looking good. Gyante with that vehicle might try and find a better position for himself. At the same time, Killer YT is going to give away his position, but at the same time finds Seok over there. Jane also goes down. Uncalculated risk. Jane went in to revive his teammate. That costed T2K the life of 2 players. Now 2 players remaining from the side of T2K. DRS, they have the numbers advantage in their favor. Gyante keeping a close eye onto the players of Leo Esports over there, and Leo with those vehicles are already closing in the distance. Slipknot, he has to patch himself up as soon as possible as he's down to 10 HP, but Greg is also coming under heavy fire. The smokes are not helping Greg at this point, as Killer YT with that UMP45 is going to bring down Rig.
Yeah, they are just spread out left, right, and center, and DRS, this is pretty much their game to lose. They still have, Leo Esports still have managed to revive Liquid there, but they have got to deal with the mammoths that are DRS themselves. Rules not having the best of HPs, as Leo Esports have taken little control of the Northern Hills over here. And now are trying to just choke in the players of DRS, which looks really less likely, but DRS seems like they've got too much on their plate. And if Rules goes for that grenade, and if it kind of ricochets back, could just take down Sandesh and Rig, and that exactly does happen over here as Rules succeeds and T2K go biting the dust. Now it's all come down to this 3v2 situation. Haidami does not have any meds, or in fact he did in fact invest into that final one that he had. Now in this situation, what do? Have managed to deal with Killer over here, but gets traded off instantly by Gyante, as Liquid remains to be the final survivor. For how long is the big question, as Rules has dealt with Slipknot, and DRS will have no trouble securing the final kill and get that victory, get that chicken dinner, going in for themselves, as happiness takes over the boot camps of DRS, as finally, after struggling so much, after making so many of those mistakes, they have managed to come out through. This was such a tough one, you know, right from the very beginning. We saw them engaging in multiple battles, and they held on to their horses, eventually, you know, emerging as the victors of Erangel.
Certainly, DRS, the way they were able to defend their territory, I was the one questioning the split that was coming from their side, but they were capitalizing on the information. When the situation demanded, they regrouped and they had the southern control, they defended the control, they were able to eliminate the entirety of T2K at the same time, bring down the numbers of Leo Esports as well. That awarded them a beautiful winner-winner chicken dinner, and this DRS is looking complete opposite of the DRS that we saw in the league plays, because that DRS was more towards the strategy. This time DRS, they are looking so strong, prepared for the finals, and maybe prepared to take the top spot in the overall ranking as well.
I mean, this is what DRS was meant for, right? Especially, considering how they've been really playing even in the past. I did not follow a lot of the league stages matches, but one thing I did see was DRS, this was incoming. At least in the grand finals, they had to step it up. And 15 eliminations, and that is how they do it in style, right? And this was one of those games where the zones, the way the shift was quite confusing, even for a lot of teams. We kind of anticipated maybe the circle goes initially towards the Lumberjack Hills, and suddenly it takes a northern shift, and that was a very steep one. And something that teams were having a lot of difficulties to deal with. What an intense game it was, folks, and here we are back again after that short little break. You're watching the PMPL SA23 Grand Finals, and what an Erangel it was. Like we anticipated, filled with action, drama ensuing all over, and we'll of course take a look at the MVP. That's gonna be on our screen quite soon. But Shadow, that one compound and 5 freaking teams contesting for that. I am still not over it. What was going on?
And the compound was not even in the zone.
Yeah, that was not even in the zone then.
That was not even in the circle. We had the players of Mabetex Esports. They were holding on to the compound. Then the players of IHC came in. Then Skylightz joined in. Then 4MB, they joined in. Yes, they were able to find the traits. IHC did manage to survive in that very compound, managed to get the control of that compound. But what's the use? The circle shifted away. You have to go for the rotation. You have to migrate inside the circle and pick more fights on the other side. The teams that were coming from the northern or the western side or southern side, like the players of DRS, they were awarded by a good position inside the circle.
Yeah, I mean, while everybody was fighting, DRS were pretty chill, right? They were just enjoying the summery weather. They were just kind of holding on to their compounds. And they kind of did not budge a lot, right? Especially after the circle had formed, we had kind of called it out. Like, this is one of those games where DRS, they're really going to come out swinging. And that is exactly what they did. And this player was the one who was topping it all. Kyante V2. He's got a version 2 going on for himself. 8 eliminations to his name. And, this is one of those players that I really was looking forward to. And finally, he's shown up, and look at those damage numbers also. So I think DRS were just fighting left, right, and center. They had perfect cover for their players. They were doing everything that needed to be done, and as a result of which, they have emerged as the winners. Now, as we take a look at the top players into this game, we've got a little bit of Stalwart, we've got a little bit of DRS, and we've got even Fistboy. I mean, I still kind of get the reminiscence of his DBZ. Even in his dying moments, he did not back down without a fight.
Oh, certainly. They were picking fight with the strongest team in the lobby, that is 4MV, trying to contest for the southern control. And NB Esports, they did manage to annihilate the entirety of NB Esports, of 4MV over there. But in the match ranking, we have the players of DRS on the top. DRS from the very start, they had the majority of the real estate under their control. Two players already inside the circle, two players having the western periphery under the control. So DRS, they were already looking for the best position inside the circle, and they did have it till the very end.
Oh yeah, they certainly did. But Kunyo TRZ again succumbing to their old ways of playing, right? We've seen them getting really impatient all the time. I mean, they don't even find a single knock and suddenly they decide to push. And Mabetex were really quick in dealing with that. And high voltage, I'm kind of surprised we see them at the 15th spot, right? Quite unexpected from their side. And even for Skylightz Gaming, I mean, they had such a nice circle, but eventually just decided to be a part of, I don't know what was a slaughterhouse there. And eventually got slaughtered in the process. We saw IHC going there, IHC backing off, then for Medical Vibes comes in, and they also decide to back off. So much drama had taken over as DRS Gaming with that chicken dinner, with those good 15 points to in their finish department, have ensured that now they have taken over. DRS Gaming are your table toppers with Stalwart Esports not too far behind with just 2 points differentiating between them. But for Medical Vibes, the kind of a cushion they had earlier on entering into today's matches, I think that sort of has been lifted off. They really need to have a good game to get themselves back into the match.
Agree, but 4MV, they need to step up if they want to survive in top 5. If they want to be in the top 5, they have to step up their gameplay, because this time again 4MV they were taken out by the plus of NB Esports, Skylightz Gaming. They were busy contesting that very compound where all the 5 teams were fighting. They did lose out on to their numbers. Deadeyes Guys, they were coming under heavy fire from Stalwart Esports and Leo Esports. That is where they were taken out pretty early in the game on the 15th spot with total of 39 points to their name. Seal Esports also not having the best of the time. Yes, this day they are able to grab those elimination points, 10 elimination, but they need more points. Total 47 points. They need more points if they want to be in the top 10 or top 5.
Oh yeah, I mean all these teams, especially at the second half of the table, and they will have to get those quick chicken dinners. They have to go do things, really quickly to get themselves back into the game. And the big question is how are they gonna try and do that? But we're finally done halfway through the day. We're done with 3 games now. Again, just repeating the maps in order. It's going to be Miramar yet again. So SITM started off the day with a chicken dinner. The big question is, can they replicate one more? Because apart from the Miramar chicken, they have been kind of a little off. Now this is where the other teams have to step up, and this is where teams like Stalwart really need to redeem themselves, because they had a really good advantage to their favor, right? But it has certainly been dealt with by DRS, especially those bonus points also helping them. They've taken over the top spot, and we know now what they had achieved in the PMGC, right? The second position. They've had gotten ever so close to the first, but yes, finally they're playing like champions. Finally they look a lot organized. They've had 3 of their games. I think I have not had a lot to complain about getting those top 3 positions, as a result of which have been amassing a lot of points. But now, Shadow, you know what time it is. It's time to make predictions. I really think I want to take a step back and not make any at all, but we still have to do at least for the first day. Let's do it. So yes, Bhavna, your prediction, who's gonna win this?
I think Mabetex Esports, because in league stage towards the week number 3, the Miramar gameplay was so very strong. Mabetex Esports this time also, they were looking decent. They were looking good. It's just that they're not able to keep up the numbers till the very end. If they manage to keep up the numbers alive, I think Mabetex Esports can definitely get a victory.
For me, I think I would want Stalwart Esports to win this one. And it's so important to have all 4 of their players alive, because that has been one of the Achilles heels for them, right? Every single time you see Stalwart Esports, they get their loot, they get their job done, and while rotating, they suddenly lose out on one of their players. Then eventually, it is sometimes just too hot to handle, right? And they kind of do not make it to the final stages of the game. Now, this is what they need to do, right? Keep action, keep top alive. Along with that, you want IC and NZ to be also there. So if that does not happen, then things might just go awry for themselves. And yes, before we get into the game, a quick glimpse at all these lovely players just getting readied up, all riled up for the game. A few stretching to be done, just adjusting their hairstyles. And yes, Stalwart Esports, this is one of those teams that I'm really looking forward to. They need to get back to the top spot. They've been quite slippery today, and now we get into the fourth game of the evening, and this is going to be Miramar, and from Elazar to Lateral Era, off we go.
Looks like Skylightz Gaming, they have to go for a very long journey. They have to resort to those vehicles if they're again heading towards their home ground. That is going to be the city of La Cobre area. Mabetex Esports, they're not going to have much trouble in heading towards the side of Torre Emuda. Last time in Los Leones, we had the players of IHC Esports. This time, that time they didn't go against each other, but I really want them to go against each other during a very early stage, because hey, they already have a chicken dinner in their name. They can afford to have the initial fight, because they are already looking good in terms of the overall ranking, the placement in the overall ranking. So I hope they go up against each other.
I mean, to be honest, at this point, I don't think that's gonna happen. To be real, pretty much, because Shadow, this is something that we also did touch upon, right? Once the Sanhok game went on, and I realized that not taking those early fights, certainly coming in and helping them, it lands up in their favor. So I really think they're gonna try and avoid any sort of those early battles right in the very first moments of the game. And again, a kind of a similar circle, but this time a little bit southernish tilted, right? So you could expect maybe some action around that graveyard area, or it could be Hacienda del Patron, or maybe San Martin. And either ways, DRS and Stalwarts, both these big teams just landing beside each other kind of gets myself a little warmed up. You would want to see them engage against each other pretty early on, but we know that doesn't really happen most of the times. Now, talking about Leo Esports, they did have a really good game in the last one. And this particular way that they've been playing their rotation pattern is quite similar to Illumin8 of the past. I don't know if Illumin8 have changed their ways, but I pretty much remember Illumin8 always dropping down and then taking control over those hills around Los Leones and trying to guard it with all their might. But Seal Esports, well, I mean, Shadow, they've kind of been invisible, right? We haven't seen much more of, anything out of this particular team, just barring that one game in Sanhok where they were trying to keep the teams coming from boot camp at bay.
Well, Seal Esports, the way they started their journey, week number 1 was also not looking in their favor in the league plays. But by the end of week number 3, they were looking so very strong, especially in the map of Miramar. The way they were able to have those central controls for themselves, having good compound to their name. So Seal Esports, in terms of the firepower, yes, they have improved. Maybe it's just the pressure of the grand finals that all the teams are having on their shoulders, which is the reason that they are not able to perform up to our expectations, even the players of 4MV, because the way 4MV are getting early elimination, this is not the same 4MV we saw in the league plays. It's just the pressure of the grand finals, I think.
I think it's kind of also the run of form that they're having, right? Initially, the first 2 weeks, they were so predominant, and then teams kind of figured out how to play against them, right? And even now, we do not see 4MV trying to do anything different, right? We haven't seen them taking that defensive approach where they just kind of play circle to circle and hold on. And they've kind of been relying on their natural instinct. That is, they want to be the apex predators inside the lobby. And they've been trying to do that. They've been getting those early success, right? But certainly, it's just too much on their plate to handle. And they kind of tend to succumb, like lose their players pretty early into the game. And if they can manage, even if they can manage to get, 8 to 10 finishes every single game before getting taken down, that is still a-okay. I mean, that's still understandable with the new point standings. Really might help them in their endeavors, but does not seem to be the case so far.
Agreed. Even for the players of Stalwart Esports, every single time Stalwart Esports, they didn't care about the placement points. They always went for the aggression, and this time Stalwart Esports, even they are being a little cautious. They're not able to grab those elimination points like 10, 12 or 14 eliminations which they used to get in the league plays. So even they are also being a little cautious. On the other side, NB Esports, this team, yes, the rotations that are coming from their side are always point perfect. Even in the map of, I think, Erangel, they went for a late rotation from the complete northern eastern side, but still it is working in their favor. But the chicken in the aggression that they brought in towards the start of week number 1 and end of week number 3, that is missing. At the same time, Mondo, what just happened to Mondo? He was the one who was always bringing in those knocks from the opponent, getting those openings, but this time he's the one taken out pretty early in the game. Every fight that NB Esports engage in, Mondo gets knocked down pretty fast.
Yeah, I think maybe it's just too much pressure, especially at such higher stages. And this happens to the best of the players. And he was kind of the one guy that kind of brought in the heat to the roster, right? He kept them in contention, in those fights. So maybe, well, NB needs to rethink their strategy, and Mondo needs to take a little bit of a backseat there. Let the other players just aggress in, and him to try and get a few trades off and get himself in to the right positions. Because this is one of those circles where the zone could literally end anywhere. And it's so difficult to predict, at least for me, because the other previous editions of the PMPLs we had, we sort of had those repetitive circles. But this time, it certainly hasn't been the case, right? It's so difficult to kind of get an exact idea of where the circle's going to rotate and what's really going to happen. Because now, even looking at this particular circle, it's kind of really dicey, where it could either go a little south, or maybe just stick around the Los Leones, or you never know, could take a last moment hard-hitting curveball and go towards water treatment again. Because all these teams are slowly but surely starting to congregate right around those central areas. And Stalwart, this is where I think they can really get some valuable, crucial results. Because Stalwart is a team which kind of has that ability to either kind of just go on to the 5th gear, go all out, go bonkers, go mad, give us those moments. And then they also have those times where they could kind of go on to the 1st or 2nd gear, where they could just play zone to zone and wait for their opponents coming in. And it's kind of been one of those tournaments, right? It's quite usual that Stalwart, no matter what, they get a chicken dinner in the day. But well, Rogue, way too exposed, and well, has to meet his early demise.
That is what happens if you stay out in the open in a map like Miramar with no cover at all. He had no idea that players of T2K were holding on to that compound. But now T2K, they have to be a bit cautious, because maybe the players of Seal Esports might come in for a revenge. From the looks of it, right now Seal Esports are not looking for any sort of aggression. One early defeat point for the players of T2K Esports, but the problem is, I think the players of T2K, they are thinking way too much. They're being so very cautious. Earlier T2K, they used to engage in so many fights, always going for the elimination points, but this time, yes, rotations are coming in point perfect, like it used to come in the league plays, but this time they are being very cautious, not engaging in too many fights, which is kind of not working in their favor, because A, they're not able to get the placement points, B, they're also not able to get those high fragging games also.
Yeah, I mean, Steel have been pretty dull, right? And I think one game is all you need to get your morals boosted up. And there you go. There comes the shift. And this is going to completely favor the players of Leo. And Stalwart, they're making sure that they get towards the high grounds. They had the control of Los Leones, and this is where they might get contested, either with NB or maybe with DRS. Look at how the teams are just migrating inside the circle, just swarming in, making no delays there. Even High Voltage and Leo could knock ons against each other. A lot of fights about to ensue. Maybe even IHC and even Kunyo TRZ could go head to head against each other. SITM and I8 also just beside each other. And look at Steel Shot, right in the open, still hiding. He'll get that quick reload. But now he needs to escape from danger. Godless, he's been dealt with. But Seol has ensured that he has got that smoke so that he could at least try and get his teammate back alive.
It's very important, because Godless is definitely one of the standout player from the side of IHC. I think it's going to be an easy revival, because Steel Shot was all by himself. After knocking down Godless with that buggy, he's already scuttling back to the safety. So I'd say they are safer now. But T2K, well, they have an enemy in the adjacent compound that is going to be the players of DRS. And Seog is definitely having an off angle. At the same time, Seog has to make sure that he don't expose himself, because if a knock comes in, it's not going to be an easy revival for him at all. And the numbers of T2K won't favor their case. This time DRS, they are very aggressive. At the same time, on the uphill, we have the players of Deadeyes also. So there is a possibility of a third party happening. And if that happens, Jane on the rooftop is not looking safe.
He kind of needs to watch out for his back, right? Watch your six is what they say in the army. But now, DRS, I'm pretty sure they're aware of T2K stronghold, right? Especially in circles like this, T2K kind of tend to do that. And like you said, Jane is quite exposed, and if he's not careful, then he might have to take a hit over there. But Rules, look at him, so eager to get that first knock. And it feels like, just the moment they get that first player down, they're just gonna pounce upon T2K and put them to their misery. But DRS, they've got to play it a little bit safe, still at the top. They've got to kind of keep Stalwart from getting a lot of finishes to their names, get a lot of those points into their pockets. But Illumin8 and SITM, finally the battle erupts, and Nova has managed to get a trade off over there. Viper was really low there after getting knocked off, has been finished. So both these teams taking a few losses here and there, but Hi8 really have to reconsider the strategy, as now again a little bit of shift towards that northern side, and Stalwart, they're gonna be like, thank you sir for this beautiful zone.
Oh, this is definitely their circle. At the same time, Mabetex Esports can also look for a potential dominant control from the northern front, because they are placed perfectly. At the same time, Skylightz Gaming, they might breach into the compound of Stalwart Esports. I won't say that would be a wise decision, but they can keep themselves away. But all the commotion and the chaos is going to happen on the southern side. From there, so many rotations are going to come in. We have the players of high voltage. We have Leo Esports going for a split 2v2 split that might not work in their favor. But right now, high voltage and Seal Esports, they're locking horns with each other. And SITM QB on the other side of the map finds a beautiful knock onto I8 Nova X Sancher, keeping the backlines checked, providing the necessary cover from the backlines. At the same time, Probeen with a grenade is looking for some opening, but what's waiting on the other side is a shotgun in the hands of Becca.
Shotgun and the demon of death over here, as the fight has already begun. Bika, he needs to be precise, misses his first shot, will have to take the fall over there as a assassin. He's not gonna show any mercy, but he's burning. Eventually just could fall down, and indeed he does. Could not patch himself in the right nick of time, and Soulless, he's gonna enjoy himself at least some time over there to breathe, recuperate, and get themselves back into the fight, as Jiggle has a little bit of an idea of what's really going on. Soulless, the solo member of his team, does he retreat, does he make a run for his life, or does he try and save Sanchit? Indeed, those smokes kind of give it away that he does not want to be a part of this as assassin. Wanted to get revived, gets picked off from elsewhere, and Soulless kind of closing in on the distance onto Sanchir. He definitely wants to take a fight in this one.
Oh, he has to take this fight, but revival is of utmost priority right now, because it's a 2v2 battle now. Probeen and Jiggle, they're buying some time, being a little cautious, not making any unnecessary push. At the same time, we have the players of Leo Esports in the close proximity, but Sanchar with a grenade. At the same time, Probin is also ready with a grenade. But the question is, who is going to find the first knock? Who is going to find a first opening? And looks like Soulless has been taken down, leaving Sanchar all by himself. Now for Sanchar, it's a 1v2 situation, which he can bring down to 1v1 if he lobs that grenade to the perfection. But looks like he's not going to have the perfect projectile right now. With the UMP45 in a 1v2 situation, this is the moment when the players of high voltage can rush in towards Seal Esports, but they are giving time to Sanchir to go for the revival onto Soulless over there. This is the time for the aggression, high voltage.
Yeah, I think they just don't want to take any chances there, because already losing out on two of the players, this is something that wasn't really anticipated, especially when you're going up against a team like Team Seal, who haven't really been faring well. I mean, even for high voltage, they've also been chartering the rough waters, right? And this is all the pressure that's come down to really low on confidence over here. And it's all about who makes the first mistake now. Because it's kind of gotten down to a standstill. Both these teams just facing each other, just holding the angles right. And it's all about creating the crossfires, which both of them have done. And showing no intent whatsoever that either of them needs to push. And at a point, you kind of out of resources, you kind of out of those utils that you can use over there. But Sanche seems to have one. Want to lob over. Does it make its mark? Does not. And now Jiggle. He's gonna throw one off. He's like, you know, you've given us one. We're gonna gift it back to you. But Sanchi takes this long route. You know, just goes back. Decides that compound is not free from danger. But he's also getting shot from the left hand side. I think, if I'm not wrong, it's maybe the place of Leo. But Jiggle just barely managed to survive. And this could have been absolutely disastrous, to be honest.
Oh, it would have been, but somehow he survived it. Now he's just left with a single grenade to his name. And both these teams, they are not in a hurry to go up against each other like you said, but SITM Esports and TRZ, they are locking horns in the close proximity, where the numbers are not favoring the case of SITM Esports as they have been brought down to a single player. And that is going to be Desert, and looks like he's also in the crosshairs. He has taken a hefty damage from the side of Degree, I believe, of TRZ. And now Desert, he has nowhere to go. On the other side, we have Stalwart Esports also locking horns with the players of Raw Officials. Raw Officials, they are not having the best of the time right now. One player already down. 2 games didn't go in their favor. And one of the standout player, Yeta Uta, has been already eliminated. Now Raw Officials, they are surviving with only 3 players. And the way they are holding onto that little dip, they need to be very cautious of the grenades that might come in from the side of Stalwarts.
Oh. Let's see what's gonna happen at this point as, oh, Mondo finally strikes terror. Claw gets knocked down, or in fact it is the players of Stalwart Tops doing the job. And another one falls. But yeah, it is in fact Mondo who did manage to get the knock. And now Mondo is just gonna secure what he started. His finishes over there as Spaceboy decides to close in. But it was stopped from afar. Who finds him in the receiving end and gets the job done as Zordi trying to fight. And this is where Stalwart really need to strike. Top, he has spotted out Sek, but decides against it as, again, Stalwart have lost out on action. Now this is something that they really need to address. They need to keep action alive. They need to have him in safe territories, because every single time we're seeing, you know, action right from the beginning, you know, he gets taken down. Especially just barring that heroic, you know, play that he made in Sanhok, action has been pretty much off. And this is not the action that we are acquainted to watching. As now, just when we are done with another fight, there is one more for us. It is against Leo Esports for Miracle Vibes, trying to make the push happen. Doc922 is cooking up that grenade and will finally lob it over. Has it made the distance? That's the big question.
No, for now, no opening. It's a fight of the grenades. Whoever gets the first opening, they are going to make the rush, make the push. With Leo Esports not having the numbers in their favor. On the other side, 4MD, Doc, with the DEBS in his hands, is already charging in through the cover of the smokes. And Haidami could be the first one to be taken out. Or maybe Doc needs to be a bit cautious. But right now, he's resorting to those grenades. Perfect grenade. This guy, Doc, never fails to impress me with his grenade shots. And DBS finally coming into the action. And Leo Esports, they have been eliminated at the 14th spot with 2 elimination of their own. But for MV Doc, how does this guy lobs those grenades every time to the perfection?
I mean, that's just Doc, right? The mercenary, the messenger of death and destruction. And the wrath of DBS continues, annoying the players. And we know. Sooner or later, the nerf is coming. But Apex, having spotted out Sanchir from afar, from up top, tries to just burst down the lead, but eventually did not connect. But Akaza, way out in the open, and will fall down to his demise there, getting picked off. And Doc realizes he needs to reload at Akaza. At this point, he's just accepted his fate. He's like, just get down with me. As Stalwart, a little bit of a pickle over there. As Sek deciding to engage against them, but it is eventually Tops who kind of says, thank you for Medical Vibes for helping me out in what I was trying to do. So the threat under their necks has been dealt with, and NB Esports seem to have bowed out of this game.
They have been eliminated at the same time. Stalwart Esports, like you pointed out, it was a blessing in disguise, but Sancher on the lower ground in the crosses of Doc, and now he has been dealt with. Even Seal Esports, they are down to a single player. On the other side of the map, we have the players of T2K going up against the players of TRZ, trying to have the southern control under their favor. Mad Cat still bleeding. Now we have Degree and Maba. There is no chance that they can go for the revival at this point without dealing with Seog. And T2K, well, they are looking good to defeat points, but they need to be a bit cautious of the grenades that are coming in. And with the Molotov, he's looking for some opening onto Mamba, but perfect projectile is still missing. At the same time, Mamba is going to retaliate with a grenade of his own. Jane down to a sliver of HP and Seog down to 20 HP. That could have been a perfect grenade.
It certainly could have been, but, well, brownie points to try. And Kunyo TRZ, you know, they've been the aggressors so far every single time, taking their chances, but have been exposed multiple times to be, you know, getting taken down. As Skylightz Gaming take their chances against Stalwart, as I see he's been dealt with. And High Voltage, sadly, they could not escape the wrath of Medical Vibes. I mean, considering Medical Vibes did have that high ground advantage, you know, just took it in their favor. And Medical Vibes, they're starting to take over this map. They've accrued quite a lot of finishes to their name. In fact, 8 to be precise, as now the push comes in by AJ, just going in, marching with that AMP, and 2 of the players trying to hold on for as long as possible. Had to go for a reload as AJ just shifts his weapons and manages to get both the players down, as Stalwart again seem to have fallen down, as there is no trade potential coming in, and the last player has just got to escape from this situation. Nirset barely surviving with an inch of an HP, will eventually fall down to his knees as Delta gets the job done, and Stalwart Esports get eliminated at the 11th position. And Skylightz Gaming, things are not looking merry for them, as well as Mabetex decide to completely just smash them down, and they get those few frags to their names.
Well, Mabetex and Skylightz, they both drop in towards the northern side, and Mabetex are so very aware of the rotations that come from the side of Skylightz Gaming. This time they were prepared, and Skylightz left with only one player, that is AJ. And Leo, along with his teammate, is already marching towards him, at the same time keeping a close eye onto the backlines from where DRS can also chime in. And AJ, his days are numbered. Either it's going to be 4MV or maybe the players of Mabetex Esports that will rush towards him. So let's see for how long can he survive. At the same time, the team on the southern end is going to be the players of T2K. Yes, they do have the numbers, 3 players still alive. They have the complete southern control, southern eastern control under their hands, but looks like Mama in the process of Doc over there. Lockdown, easy confirmation coming in, and TRZ, they are at the mercy of the view. Doc getting confirmation at the same time. Sandesh getting a knock onto Mad Cat, and TRZ, they were coming under heavy fire, and third party situation being brought up. They have been eliminated at the 10th spot with very few points to the name.
You know, this is torture for Medical Vibes, and especially for Kunyo TRZ. I kind of felt that was coming, right? Especially how open they were, how erratic they were in those fights, as DRS, they have prime control over the circle right now, have the best compounds, but for Medical Vibes, they're just fighting their way through. And Jiggle, well, he was present over there, but it was Killer from DRS that manages to take one of the players of Medical Vibes, where Apex has no other choice but needs to make a run to safety, to safe covers. Trying to do so, has to lob that smoke, but with all those leads being poured at his direction, how long can this player survive, as Baron from Mabetex gets dealt with. Now Doc, just being that final player surviving for his team, he's doing whatever he can, whatever is possible at this moment to try and get as many finishes as possible, because trying to get those position points looks quite far-fetched, but considering the fact that Medical Vibes have already secured 10 finishes, this is really going to help them in their aspirations to try and make it to the top.
But look at the position of DRS this time again.
Exactly.
Kudos to the IGL that rotations that are coming in this time, they do have a prime spot, prime compound to go for the chicken dinner for themselves. 6 defeat points already in their favor. The way DRS they are playing in the grand finals is so fantastic and so very impressive. Different strategies are coming in right now. Killer is trying to find a knock onto the last player from the side of Mabetex Esports, that is going to be Vivali. Mabetex Esports, again, the problem is they are not able to keep up with numbers. Now they are left with only a single player. Had they had all the 4 players alive, they could have tried to breach into the compound of GRS. But Rules, with the mini tap-tap shots, finds a perfect knock onto Turula.
Oh, kind of calm down to the fact that how many frags can DRS get from over here? I mean, sublime control over the zone, and this is exactly how you need to play. Now, it has to be that perfect balance between getting frags and getting those position points, and DRS seem to have a mastery over that. As SITM also bite the dust as Sandesh sends a message that Deadeyes did not really like, and just by the looks of it, high voltage, they've also bowed out from the game. Now T2K, they still have all 4 of their players surviving, but in a really dicey spot because it's a 2-2 split, and they're quite out in the open, and now they're just under the mercy of the smoke saving them for a while. But if the circle kind of favors them, and if DRS have to make a move towards that eastern side, then maybe we could say this could be T2K's game. But for now, still favoring DRS heavily. With for Miracle Vibes, Doc still surviving, so you kind of have hopes on him that he can do something magical, do something out of ordinary. As now, finally, Delta manages to spot him out, but look at the amount of HP he survives on just by the whiskers. He manages to get into safety. But there you go. Doc 922, valiant effort, finally falls down, gets a few position points, but those 11 defeats are really gonna help for Miracle Vibes rack up a few points on the board.
And now we are down to only 4 teams, make it 3 because Rules finds a perfect confirmation onto the last player of IHC, that was Demo. We have left with only 3 teams where DRS, they do have a complete control of the northern front, they have a good compound, they have the numbers, everything is working in their favor. On the southern end, we have the players of T2K, but they don't have too much real estate or breathing space to work around with. Then we have the players of Deadeyes. Deadeyes, I believe this is the first good game that is going in their favor. Otherwise, Deadeyes, they were not having the best of the time. But now, left with only 2 players. Let's see how much they can make out of the situation. Even the remaining 2 players, they don't have the best of the position right now. On top, sir, along with Turulov, sir, they have to deal with the players of T2K. At the same time, T2K, yes, they are busy engaging in fight with the players of DRS. They're checking the compound. They're trying to breach into the compound. They have to watch their 6 because from the backlines, Deadeyes guys can chime in any moment. And looks like On top, sir, certainly do so as he takes down Break over there.
And it follows on. T2K, they respond back. And considering they've got that numbers advantage, and now this is so much easier for DRS, to be honest. They're kind of well aware of where the 2 teams are located, and they can make the next moves accordingly. And just like that, Deadeyes guys, they also bite the dust. Now a battle ensuing between 2 of the biggest Nepali teams over here. It is T2K and DRS, ladies and gentlemen. A perfect 4v4 fight that we really wanted to see. Just that road separating between these 2 teams, and you could see that split coming in, right? A 2-2 split for T2K, whereas you've got DRS well spread out. And one of the players, you know, I think still at the top of the building, trying to spot any sort of unwanted rotations that could, you know, cause them trouble. And now it's all about who makes that first mistake, who reveals himself, and then hell hath breaks loose.
Certainly, it's the grenades that can bring some opening for the players of T2K. Yes, the smokes are thrown to deny vision to the players of DRS. At the same time, have a little bit of the soft cover for yourself. But T2K, they don't have the majority, the real estate, and Rules already creating a flank angle onto the players of T2K, which T2K has no idea. Gyante and Delta are keeping the players of T2K busy, and Reg shows a bit of himself. First glimpse, first bullet comes from the side of Rules, takes a bit of HP out of Reg, but nothing enough to take him down. But Siog with that UMP45 is going to retaliate as he takes down Rules, gets a confirmation. Now DRS, they are down to only 3 players. The numbers advantage has been taken away from them.
Yeah, and seems like they did not have a lot of smokes also to work with, especially Gante has just got that one first hit. And that little mistake, and now Suyog certainly being the star of his team. Now this is the time where T2K go in for the blow. Because now it's come down to Gyante and Killer to try and save DRS from not getting that second spot. In fact, getting that chicken dinner. So difficult, easier said than done. And now T2K, Suyog just decides to march in. If they win this fight, then Suyog has to be the MVP. Certainly though, as Killer, look at his HP depleting over there, falls to the mercy of the play zone as Gyante deciding to not give away that kill point to his opponents, and with just like that, T2K finally managed to get a chicken dinner, and you could see that huge sigh of relief taking over. And it came down, it was really close, but DRS just got a little impatient, and as a result had to suffer, and T2K did make them suffer, and with that being said, have secured the second position in the overall ranking. What a map it was, what a game it was. Came down to a 4v4 fight, a standoff between two of the biggest Nepali teams that we had. One side we had DRS, on the other it was T2K, and DRS, well, they held on to themselves for so long, could have gotten that back-to-back chicken, but eventually kind of lost their cool, and were a little greedy, were a little overwhelmed, and Shadow, they had to deal with the brunt of it, didn't they?
Well, they had to, because Blue Zone never spares anyone. But now the tables have turned fixes, because in the league plays, it was entirely about the Mongolian domination.
Yeah.
And this time, out of 4 games, 3 chicken belongs to the Nepali team. So this time, in the grand finals, Nepali teams are looking so strong. But the MVP is still 4 MV Dog. This guy never fails to impress me. 9 elimination, 1705 damage. That proves how much he was doing for the team. 1 assist, 7 knocks, 232 healings done. Not a very big number considering the fights he was engaging in. A perfect start coming in from his side.
Oh yeah, I mean there was no doubt at that, because you know what Doc was doing was he was kind of the god of death over there, had that high ground advantage to him, and we saw how devastating he was with his blows, every single one of them making it count, and that has been the forte of Miracle Vibes, right? If not the best of positions, they kind of rely on all these eliminations. But for DRS, they had the best spot inside the game, they had the best cover, they had the best circle, and T2K, they were kind of on the receiving side of things, especially when DE and T2K, they kind of were against each other, and that is the point where I thought that maybe DRS should have struck, because that time the iron was hot, but eventually did not do so, and I had to deal with it. So taking a look at the match summary, Shadow, it was Dog, Delta, so you have all the known faces, you know, the faces that made it to the top 3 at least, even at least in the, you know, position ranking, in the match rankings. We're gonna see for Miracle Vibes also accrue a lot of points, to be honest.
Oh, yes, there are so many points for the players of 4MV. Let's find out in the match ranking. And 4MV 11 elimination, total of 14 points. But T2K, they are on the top with 18 points of their own. T2K, they were coming from the complete southern eastern side. But DRS, they were having the perfect compound for themselves. In the end, like you pointed out, it was a blue zone that was kind of punishing the players of DRS. And they had to come out. The play zone was playing its part to the perfection, and DRS, well, it looked like this is the game to lose, but T2K, they reign supreme.
Oh, they certainly did reign supreme, didn't they? And Stalwart Esports, disappointing. Not the way we kind of anticipated things to be, but Illumin8 Crew also being quite unlucky in that situation, in that one fight. And Skylightz Gaming, High Voltage Esports, a lot of big names falling down, raw officials. We are yet to see anything out of them. And so the same can be said even for Seal Esports. And I mean, Kunyo TRZ, they were kind of just dealt with it with a blink of an eye. But now as we take a look at the overall ranking, this is where teams like Stalwart Esports really need to wake up, because T2K have also, gotten past them, and now the Nepalis are starting to take control, especially DRS. Just before this game had begun, it was just at 2 points advantage that they had against Stalwart now, which is already come down to 14, and this will keep on going. And Stalwart really, Shadow, need to make sure that they have action alive. I mean, always just playing in odd numbers hasn't been quite merry for them.
The numbers, every single death definitely puts you at a disadvantage, and the team that is at disadvantage right now are the players of Raw officials. This time also they were taken out pretty early in the game. I believe it was Yeta Uta who went down first, and Raw officials, after their standout player has been eliminated, they are not able to survive for very long. But this time Deadeyes Guys, they were looking promising. They had a good position, but still Deadeyes Guys, they need to work a lot more. They need those winner chicken dinner. If not that, at least 10 or 11 frags in a single game if they want to topple over in the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, so easy said than done, to be honest. And yeah, I think this time we saw Deadeyes Guys. They were kind of playing just for the position points and did not see any eliminations. It was just a few knocks, and it did come down to that final fight, right? Mistakes being made by DRS, and there was that window where they had dropped over smokes, and we thought they would decide to cross over the road, which they did not, and eventually had just fallen down to their misery. But that being said, we are down to our final two games of the evening, folks, and it is going to be Sanhok up next. We've seen Illumin8 kind of succeeding in Sanhok, getting off to getting the chicken dinner in that one, and one thing that they did was they did not engage against their Paradise counterpart. So this is something they need to try and replicate. But this is the moment has come, Shadow. Again, time for prediction. At least I know I have been cursed. Whichever name that I'm gonna take is eventually gonna lose. So, what about you, though?
You have no idea how much I have been cursing and jinxing the teams. In fact, me and Fritz, when we were casting the last day of week number 3, the minute we praised any team, the minute we said this team is looking promising, exact same moment the team name popped in the elimination feed. So
Okay.
we have been jinxing the teams big time.
I mean, maybe it's just not us. It's the it's our chairs. It's the position that we are sitting in. No, we need to get everything aligned, right? We need to get the Vastu set. Like, are we in the right position? Or we could just request the producer to make that switch like this. So things might change. Things might change. A lot of numerology, a lot of astrology has been coming into things these days. But well, prediction time, Bhavna, because I know my producer is not going to spare me if I do not make one. So why don't you start?
Okay, I'll go with tried and tested DRS. They missed it in the previous one. They ought to get in this one.
Okay, so DRS for you. I think for me, I feel for medical vibes chicken coming. I feel that because for what Doc just did in Miramar, they cannot, have their morals a little bit more lifted, and could get a good game out in this one. And we really hope they do, because what's fun in where two teams are dominating, the others are just looking stranded, and especially when you kind of are the winners of the league stage, you kind of want to also win the grand finals, which hasn't happened yet in all the 6 seasons we've had before this. not even a single team has gotten on, after winning the league stage to go on to win in the grand final. So that is one for the storylines. I really want to see it happening this season. But for that to happen, for Miracle Vibes, they really need to start winning games. And with that, also, they need to start getting a few chicken dinner. But there we go, Shadow off to Sanhok, and which looks like, quite a northernish flight path. Just there you have it, right? All these teams will have no trouble though getting to safe zones, but at the same point, this is where you would sort of anticipate where the circle is gonna get.
If it goes towards the southern side, maybe the players of DRS are going to be pretty happy because they likes to drop in towards the side of cave into docks. 4MV again going for their original drop spot, that is going to be Painan. But the main thing is towards the side of Camp Alpha. We have the players of SITM Esports and High Voltage. Last Sanhok, they both didn't go against each other, but this time looks like High Voltage and SITM, they both are looking for a drop collision and an early fight. So let's see who is going to win this one, because last time SITM Esports, they annihilated the players of High Voltage, and looks like High Voltage, they are in no mood to pick this fight, as Malik is trying to make a quick escape and scuttle back to the safety. As one of the player from the High Voltage, I can see down to a 40 or 50 HP something.
All right, so last time I think it was a different affair where High Voltage had control over the shrine, and SITM had to sit down in the foothills, right? And this time it's a different case. So SITM has taken control over the shrine, and now, well, High Voltage are the ones who are the runners over here. They're running for their life, they're running for safety, they're running to find guns or any sort of weapon that they can get. But, a fight on the higher altitude is never really suggested. But SITM are kind of ambitious, because, to be honest, these are those precious moments where you start looting, because they also have to get inside the zone. But seems like they're in mood for some hunting, and I kind of do not really like what they're doing over here, but well, to each their own. Let's see if they can get something out of this, because to be honest, Shadow, what happens if you get a knock? You're certainly not going to be able to finish the other person, and now they've decided to retreat. So they have successfully wasted 2 minutes of their life, which they could have rather utilized in getting some loot done. And High Voltage, they'd be pretty happy with their choices.
Oh, they are looting the compounds of this Camp Alpha island over there. But yes, SITM Esports, they also need to prioritize the resources, because QB, all he had was a level 2 vest, no helmet at all. One bullet could have been enough to take him down. So rather than focusing at this point on depleting the resources of the enemy, SITM Esports, they need to focus on the rotations, the resources, because the circle this time is not in their favor. It's completely towards the eastern side, and they either have to go for a late rotation. In that case, they need the healings, they need the first aid, and if they're going for a very early rotation, well, they need the best weapon in their hands, because other teams like Stalwart Esports or IHC might try and stop them in their tracks.
Now, for Miracle Vibes, getting back to this team, Doc did what was needed, right? Get them back, get their heads back into one piece. Now, this is where they need to kind of work like a well-oiled unit, right? They need to make sure their decisions do not go astray. But a little bit of a fight breaking down yet again. T2K and T2K just had secured a chicken, and suddenly they are one man down. And they've managed to get a trade though, and this is something customary, right? We've seen T2K and NB just get into a battle every single time, and both these teams kind of face losses. So I do not know why they do it at the very first place. What control are they trying to establish over here? But we're kind of seeing a pattern, especially with the zones that are forming. Quite an eastern side circles intention is being shown with the way the zone's been panning out, and Illumin8 would just embrace it with open arms, right? Because again, this is one of those games, quite repetitive, quite a similar sort of a circle, and if I8 just play their cards right, they could get a second chicken dinner of the day.
Or maybe the plus of Skylightz Gaming as well, because Skylightz are already heading towards the side of Camp Bravo. They're already looking for a control toward the eastern side. It's just that Skylightz Gaming need to spread their wings, but looks like CE Esports finds a perfect knock onto Dog over there. And Apex also down to a sliver of HP, but Sandesh in a close frontal battle with the plus of I8. Wolfies takes him down, instant confirmation coming in, and what just happened? In a matter of few seconds, T2K, they have been eliminated as a 16th spot. They get a chicken dinner, and the next game, they are the first one to be taken out pretty early. This is not the consistency we want from the side of T2K, but right now, Apex, he's in a troublesome situation as two players of Seal Esports have a height advantage, and Rog is already closing in the distance.
Oh, already spotting out Apex over there, but the grenade lands right on his face and he has to fall down. And for Miracle Vibes, they are in the mood right now. They're in the mood to destroy every single obstacle in their path as Seal Esports seem to be their next target as they kind of go on with the climb over the hills right now. Of course, Soulless, he wants that revive pretty early on, but Apex, he needs to find out where they're exactly hidden. Soulless just managed to get revived, and suddenly they're aware that there's still one more player, and Apex still takes those shots with his DPS, misses, but not for long as another one falls down. It is going to be Becca, and now Sanchir. He's got a huge responsibility on his shoulders. How long can he just bob and weave and dodge those bullets? And the answer is not so long, as for Miracle Vibes, starting to groove to their vibes as they get an easy Seal elimination to their belt.
And I know who doesn't like DBS along with me. That is the players of Seal Esports. They just said hello to the shotgun, the DBS, and goodbye to the game. But talking about the players of NB Esports, they do have a good compound to their name, but they don't have the numbers. IHC, yes, they are looking promising. They have the entire northern control in their favor. And major rotations are coming from the southern side because that is where all the teams are trying to migrate from. At the mercy of the blue, we have Raw, DRS, TRZ. They might lock horns with each other. And if that happens, well, 4MV, they are placed perfectly to do a third party and rank up those elimination points, which they have been doing so. But look at Hathin in the blue. We have Deadeyes and High Voltage.
I mean, at this point, you know, this is not the fight that either of these teams would want to take, because especially Deadeyes, you would kind of feel sorry for them, especially with what happened to them last time around. I mean, SITM was just sitting, waiting to just fish the players out of water and did not even let them breathe over there. But now, since the fight has broken down, I think Deadeyes aren't going to be happy either, because I can see one of their players again being knocked out. But the big question is, both these teams, High Voltage and Deadeyes, they need to figure out a way to get inside the zone. I mean, on top, sir, he's successfully managed to do so, but could fall prey to IHC, because they're right over there, present. And IHC also has been one of those teams that have kind of fizzled out, really haven't made their presence felt. And the same can be said for Demo and Godless. I mean, there were a few moments of glory, but apart from that, you know, one thing, they haven't been consistent enough. But look at for Miracle Vibes. Ever since that Miramar momentum, they're kind of cruising through, just, you know, barging, busting through every single door, making sure they collect every bit of utility that they can, and have a good position inside the circle. And from here onwards, they would be kind of quite positive to try and go on to win this game.
They can certainly do so. They're already having a very good head start, 4 defeat points. They're having the southern control. But the problem is, look at how busy the southern area is. We have the players of 4MV, Leo Esports, DRS, also Raw officials also joining the fray. So it's not going to be so easy. Yes, 4MV, they can rank up those elimination points. But if they manage to survive as a 4-man army and keep the southern control to themselves, maybe they can get the winner chicken dinner for themselves. But the question is, I have been always asking this, do the players of 4MV need the chicken dinner? Because the way they accumulate those elimination points, I don't think they need a chicken dinner specifically to be on the top in the leaderboard.
I think this is something that we've really touched upon, Shadow, didn't we? You know, if they can replicate what they did in the last game, they've got to do it again and again. And considering the new point standings, you know, this style of play has really been helping them out, right? Has really sort of ensured that they keep on going and look nigh unstoppable. But at the same time, you know, why wouldn't you like to get a chicken dinner to your name? I mean, those extra 10 points doesn't hurt, does it? So the second airdrop coming in, finally Grotza, we get to see. But I don't feel like any team's going to contest for that, or even any team is going to approach that. So it's just about the players playing around the center of the circle, and you know, an unpopular opinion, or maybe something that maybe people take with open arms, is the fact that I want DBS to become an airdrop weapon again, because right now with the way things are, it looks so broken. And we have seen DBS every single time. You know, the teams are not scared of even making a push. Earlier, it was with the AMP, you kind of got that mobility, but you know, with AMP, it still used to take a few moments to, you know, get your knocks registered, right? So with DBS, it's just a tight slap on your face, and before you could even blink, you're down on your knees, just bleeding and begging for mercy.
Or maybe just nerf the weapon. I mean, I'm scared to play the game of PUBG Mobile. I'm worried that maybe I'm minding my own business, looting, grabbing those resources, and there is a player hiding with that DBS, and my entire squad goes down. I just hate that weapon. But right now, the players of high voltage, they are at the mercy of the blue, and looks like they already lost one more player. So high voltage, they are surviving with only 2 players. From the north western front, Deadeyes Guys are also making the rotation. They need to be cautious about the players of IHC. But looks like this time in Paradise, Stalwart Esports, they are having the dominant control. They are the only team present over there. So that means they do have the resources, the weaponry, everything they have in their hands.
Yeah, quite interesting to be honest, because I really need to confirm and double check if they dropped it a Paradise Resort this time around. Usually bootcamp's been their go-to place, but this time they've opted for something different. But look at Liquid, really close to the players of Skylightz Gaming, and finally somebody has let loose of those bullets from the far of prey, and Skylightz Gaming. I remember what happened. In fact, Kunyo TRZ, and this time, however, they sort of have made sure that they're in the mercy of the zone. Not too far away, but this time it's going to be a battle against the players of Leo Esports. Liquid just trying to keep them at bay. Did launch a few trends at their direction, maybe maybe a Molotov. But this is one of the other things that, you know, I've seen players doing this quite often. They haven't really made those utilities really count, right? You have limited number of it. You need to make sure if you're lobbing one over, at least you clear that space. And if that is done, just take control over that area. And now Molotov's been thwarted at Age's protection, and will flush him out of his safe covers. And Liquid making no mistake and gets that knock on AJ. And now instantly they want that finish. Will they get it? That's a big question. But on the other side, we've got a battle between High Voltage and Stalwart, and NB also seems to be a part of it. So a trifecta of death being dealt upon, and High Voltage was too much for them to handle, and now they're eliminated as Nima, he runs for safety, he runs for safe cover, but won't escape the clutches of Mr. Smokey V3, as Skylightz Gaming again falling down to wrong decision making, and this has been biting them in and constantly has been thwarting problems for them. And this time I do not know how do they get away from this, as yet Uta from Raw officials, he decides to barge in and says hello.
And looks like Leo, they are not going to be silent. They are going to retaliate and takes hefty HP out of Geto Uta. But for now, Geto Uta is safe because Slipknot, he has to be cautious about the plus of Skylightz, I'm sorry. And Leo Esports looks like they're biting more than they can chew. They are engaging in a fight with the players of Skylightz. They are engaging in a fight with the players of Raw officials as well. But right now, Nima is out in the open on a sliver of HP. He needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. On the uphill, we have the players of Mabetex Esports as well. So there could be a chance of a third party. But right now, Slipknot along with his teammates is rushing towards the compound. And what's waiting on the other side is the DBS in the hands of Mafia Ninja along with his team. But No Fear takes down Haidami. Liquid takes down No Fear. Perfect trades coming in, and Liquid also goes down through the hands of Mafia Ninja. But Nima goes down. The trades are coming back and forth. Mafia Ninja, the only player surviving from the side of Skylightz Gaming. Can he save the day? And yes, he does by eliminating the last player of Leo Esports on 13th position with just a single point to their name.
Oh, I mean, at the cost of ages, Skylightz Gaming somehow have kept themselves alive, at least for now. But look at Delta. He's in real close proximity. Mabetex, DRS could just be walking into the traps that have been laid down for DRS, as Kessie needs to be careful over here. Still just amongst the bushes. He's hiding as now DRS. They're being fired at, and did they successfully get any knock? Delta's been knocked out, of course, but the trades are there. Wally, he's fallen down. Baron is already out of the picture. Sort of comes down to Leo and Kessie, and now it's kind of getting really, really intense. With DRS, I think will not have any trouble in dealing with their aggressors, but now Kunyo TRZ, again a battle with SITM this time. Last time they picked a fight against Skylightz Gaming, managed to take them out, but this time that grenade might just hurt them a lot. 0v2, he's got that DBS in his hands. Those warning shots kind of instilling fear in their opponents' hearts, but now SITM need to take their sweet time, need to readjust themselves, and just when Steel Shot was trying to find a different angle, he gets taken down.
He certainly goes down, and the numbers of TRZ are dwindling down as Matt and Mamba are only 2+ remaining, but Mamba finds a perfect knock onto 0. But both these teams need to realize that it is stage 4 circle, and they are at the mercy of the blue. On the other side, we have the players of Skylightz Gaming also going up against the players of 4MV, where East has been eliminated. Now SITM Esports QB, he has to deal with Mad Cat, and then later transition himself inside the circle. But from the backlines, Mamba is also coming in. Mamba has no idea where QB is, and those SMGs so potent and powerful in the close range. But now he has been taken down by the last player of TRZ. SITM Esports, Dobu at the mercy of the blue with just only 3 first aids, and Deadeyes on top, sir, right in front of him.
Oh yeah, and now Dobu, all he's gonna try and do is just stay alive for as long as possible, as the numbers of teams are starting to fall down. Even if they get eliminated at the 11th position, they're not gonna get any position point at all, as again Illumin8 having the mercy of the zone, the best position inside the circle, have even some good cover for themselves. All they've got to do is just hold on to their life, and that is gonna help them in trying to secure that chicken dinner. As we speak, SITM, they've been dealt with. Too much for them to handle over there. Deadeyes was present, IHC was there, and then you've got the players of Kunyo TRZ, and even Stalwart just looking out for them just from the periphery of the zone. As Raw officials again taking a quick eliminations this time at the 10th position. But the big question is, what sort of a way are, what route are IHC going to opt for? Kind of taking that northern route, but NV Esports, in the meanwhile, get their hands on one of the players of Deadeyes. In turn, have given the position away. And Wolfish, he's going to enjoy himself. A little bit of a frag fest going on for him, as Rules gets taken down by Leo, but DRS, they were really quick. In fact, it's the players of IHC who managed to take down Leo down on his knees.
And Valley all by himself, he has to move inside the circle, and Deadeye Guys from the backlines can join in, but on top, sir, he's at the mercy of the blue. The minute he's going to show himself, Fistboy is ready with his info 16 to eliminate him. It's a end story for on top, sir. Either he's going to go down by the blue or through the hands of NB Esports. But Mabetex Valley, he's still fighting as he brings down the numbers of DRS, gets a confirmation point as well. Now DRS also surviving with only a single player. That too in the blue. Gyante not looking so very promising, and finally the play zone takes down Deadeyes Guys, last player, with 2 elimination on the 8th spot. Not too many points in their hands, but in the circle, the 3 teams that are looking so very promising are the players of I8 having their own compound, then the players of NB Esports and Stalwart Esports as well.
Yeah, I mean, NB Esports seem to be in a really promising position. Now the big question is, how do Stalwart carry forth? How do they rotate inside the zone? Still on the edges, but the next one's gonna hurt them a little bit. So they've got to make some maneuvers, right? They've got to do something. They've got to pick a fight. And I think the rather easier bunch would be try and take a fight against NB, because against I8, I really do not fancy their chances, especially with that high ground advantage that I8 are enjoying right now. And in this moment, it's gonna be really interesting. What do they opt for? I8 at this point already 9 eliminations to their name. They're swiftly climbing their way up the ladder, and certainly are racking up quite a lot of points for themselves. But a little bit of an eerie silence has taken over the lobby, because everybody is just enjoying the vacation in those compounds. But the moment the 6th circle starts shrinking and we get the 7th, that is when teams like Stalwart, they've got to make some noise, got to make some movements. And I8, they're not letting anyone get close to them, right? They're just hovering around, scouting outside their bases, and making sure if they can find any single bodies, just somebody aloof, or maybe some solo survivors from the squad, someone like that one player from Mabetex, and deal with it, then they're gonna be happy. So Wally is the last player surviving, but for how long? That's the big question, as Sek manages to take down action yet again.
And Godless takes down Viper. This is when the numbers of I8 are not supporting their case. At the same time, we have the players of IHC in the close proximity. So I8, they need to be so very cautious. 4 teams, 14 players remaining. The numbers advantage are with the players of I8. So this is going to be so very important to revive the fallen comrade in this situation. But IHC, they're in a mood for a fight. They're already aggressing towards Woofies over there. Viper is back on his feet, and Demo is approaching this fight so very cautiously. But NB Esports and Stalwart, they are locking horns with each other, and looks like Stalwart Esports, they have been eliminated with just a single elimination to their name.
Yeah, a little bit of those position points just coming, but Sky, an important crucial knock on Godless. This is gonna set things in motion right now for I8. Woofies, he's got a nice angle. He's got that cover of smoke also, but he needs some assistance. Nova really needs to come in and help him out over there. NB Esports, for now, they're just gonna enjoy themselves in those compounds, are not kind of showing any intent of coming out. They want the battle between I8 and IHC to sort of ensue, and that is where they make the move, and that is where they strike. And now they feel like this is the perfect time. Have gotten those smokes around, and now deciding to make the move. So NB Esports wanting to be the ones trying to take advantage, because I8, they're kind of getting mowed down. And now that was a good knock coming in from Fishboy, and Sky25 could be next. Indeed he is. Some crispy shots being connected, and suddenly NB Esports are in prime position of dominating and maybe winning this game. Maybe I spoke too soon, because Viper responds back.
Oh, certainly. Fistboy made the mistake of coming out in the open. He was being little too over-aggressive, but IHC Demo takes down Viper over there. This third party that IHC is doing right now looks like I8, they won't be able to survive this one. 2 players already down, and Demo is deploying the perfect smoke to make a little bit of a soft cover for himself and close in the distance towards the side of I8. NB Esports, this is going to help them as they have the chance to go for the crucial revival onto the fallen teammate at this point. I8, all the players are again back on the feet. The numbers advantage are still with the players of I8, but the way I8 players are joined at the hip, one grenade can bring down their numbers, can take down Nova X and Sky down at the same time.
You know, they bought enough time enough that they could get themselves back to stability. But Demo, he's just playing with their minds in it. And this is exactly what NB at this point needed. A Kaza, that important knock, and look at Nova's HP, barely surviving. Has to be the one who gets the revive onto its Woofies, but Sky just creeps out of the smoke, and now it is a 1v2 situation for Demo, who is wide out in the open. And there you have Illumin8 have done it yet again. The second chicken dinner and a back-to-back in Sanhok goes home for them. And what an auspicious day has it been for the Nepalis, right? Absolutely ruling the day. It is the Nepali New Year, and they certainly are making sure that their fans are delighted, are being greeted with all those W's to their names. And I8, sheer patience, sheer consistency, the perseverance, quite visible. and they go out as the victors. And now, like I said, they are definitely just fast forwarding up the ladder board, and there you have it, right at the 8th position now. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And this was again a beautiful game, a chicken dinner that we were all hoping for. And well, Illumin8 seem to have done it, right? The team comes into the first day of the grand finals and suddenly have not just packed one, but two shadow to their name. How do you feel about it?
I think they have done it in the past. This is the only team and the first team to get back-to-back 3 chicken dinners for themselves in week number 2. So this is not the first time for them to replicate this kind of a performance. Yes, the way they are approaching the game in the grand finals, it's very smartly. They are being a little cautious, but the way they hold on to the grounds. At the same time, IHC was there in the final few moments. NB Esports was there. They both were rushing towards the players of I8, but still they kept their calm and the composure. They went in for the revivals also onto the fallen comrades. And Woofy's being the MVP with 6 elimination to his name, 671 damage that he was dishing out. Perfect stats coming in.
Oh yeah, I mean, Woofy's, it had to be, right? Played such a pivotal role in their victory over there. Time and again, just creating those nice covers. Time and again, just capitalizing on that. You know, even the soft covers, right, of the smoke. He just used to kind of peek out of it and get few frags here and there. And he pretty much did it all. But for a team like I8 over here, this was a huge one, right? 15 eliminations is what they got to their name. And as a result of which, they are going to propel themselves very, very high up right now. And it's been a very successful day for Illumin8. I think one of those things that's been kind of bothering them is their results in the other maps. So Sanhok, they have made sure they've got a 100% win rate in the finals at least. But as we take a look at the top players, you cannot really ignore how good Sky and Viper also were.
Oh, yes, they were. All the 3 players from the side of IA, they were delivering everything to the perfection. At the same time, Demo was the only man standing from the side of IHC. He did try and take down few of the players from the side of IA. The grenades were there, but there was some time for the players of IA to go for the necessary revivals. On the other side, NB Esports was also there, but in the top players, we have 4MV refuse. 4MV, every time these players they come in the top players, they always go for the aggressive stance, they always go for those elimination points, but this time they were taken out pretty early in the game.
Oh, they indeed were. I mean, not really the way we would have thought things would end for them, but it's all right. I mean, as we move along, we take a look at the match summary. So we've got Woofy's, we've discussed about it. Viper being the highest damage dealer, and this is something that will really help Illumin8, just boosting up their morale. And it was kind of an I8 show, to be honest. I mean, the final showdown, I8, they had built that little semblance of cover for themselves in those final few moments, and Demo was pretty much out of options there. But NB Esports really did pose a lot of threat, especially how deadly they were looking, and I think Fistboy has to be one of those players that we really have to look out for more in the future, because Mondo, to be honest, he's just been not that good to be true. But Illumin8, that 15 points eliminations for them will eventually get them 25 points. But DRS Gaming, the big shots, did not really fare off that well in this game. And you could see Stalwart also, they were at the thick and thin of things, did not amass a lot of points. And, this is going to stir up the standings, to be honest.
Oh, it is. But on the other side, we have a Bangladeshi team as well, TRZ. They did improve themselves a lot towards week number 3, the way every single time they were able to come in top 2 or top 3. But this time, TRZ, maybe it's the pressure of the grand finals that they are not able to perform, because every single time they are towards the bottom of the standings. So I hope TRZ, they step up. But in the overall ranking, we still have the players of DRS with 118 points, and 4MV, just by sheer aggression they are bringing in, no chicken dinner for them. They are sitting on the second spot with 107 points.
Yeah, there you can see 23 placement points for DRS, just the way they like to play, right? And Illumin8 Crew, look at how close they've climbed. And now if they get another good game, I mean, we could potentially look at them being at the top 3 or top 4. But then you could see that segregation, right? At the 8th position, we had the boys from Illumin8. But then at the 9th, we have SITM sitting at 67 points, almost around 23 points of difference separating these teams. And that's a massive lead that, that kind of separates the bottom, just the top 8 with the bottom 8. So this is something that really has to be, coming into play. But as we head along, the final game for the day would be Erangel. So the map is going to be Erangel, and yes, it's time for some predictions to be made. And do you think DRS could get another one? Because, well, they've been getting a lot of position points, just barring that Sanhok one.
They can, because they got the chicken dinner in the previous Erangel. So yes, certainly the chances of DRS getting the second one are very high, especially the way they are performing on this day. They're already having a very good run. But every single time any team get close to the plus of 4MV, they try and deliver a very good performance. So I think 4MV, they ought to get this chicken dinner, because every time this team wants the top spot in the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, I could see that smile on your face. And we know what time it is. Time to make predictions. I mean, at this point, I'm just wondering, why am I even making one? And I'm not gonna make any. But Shadow, do you think you wanna go with any predictions over here?
Oh no, not at all. I don't want to jinx any team right now.
So we have decided
It's the grand
unanimously.
finals.
Yes, we have decided unanimously that we're not going to be making any predictions from here on, because I feel that we have been jinxing these teams, and every single day we take, they start off pretty well, and suddenly, swoosh, just like a flick of a wand, they vanish from the server, which we do not want. And what we would really want is directly get inside the game, and let's just let the mystery just take over, because Erangel, the final map, you've got DRS in such good prime position, being at the top. Then for Medical Vibes, looking ever so aggressive. They have made to be honest, just 4 position points. But no, I mean, to our production team, I'm sorry, but we really do not want to jinx any. So you could take the opportunity, make anything, just put anything over there, any team over there, it's fine, because I really do not want to curse teams anymore, because honestly I feel I've been doing that, and the same has been the case with Shadow as well. So let's just wait and watch how the action really breaks out, because to be honest, Shadow, what do we have to win? Do we get any extra anything extra, any extra features or any special amenities if we get any predictions right? We don't, do we? So it's better that we do not kind of hinder these teams from winning massive amount of that prize pool. So we would want them to have their chances at that. So with that being said, folks, let's just head into Erangel so we can see quite a different flight path trajectory. In fact, from Siverny towards Primok. So you're gonna see so much of that traffic happening towards that eastern side, aren't we?
Oh, certainly. SITM Esports towards Yasnia. Then we have few teams going towards the side of Pochinki, DRS towards the side of Milta. All those rotations are not going to be so very easy. And maybe we can see some vehicle contestation as well. And you know what happens when there is a vehicle contestation? Few only casualties come in for few teams, and that is always so very sad to see. But T2K, well, they are going to enjoy this flight path. They are going to drop in their home ground. That is going to be the city of Siverny. Skylightz also going towards northeastern side in a split position towards Kameshki. But what is happening? Even Mabetex Esports, this time they are heading somewhere towards northeastern front. And are the players of Skylightz Gaming prepared for this? We'll find out. SITM again towards the side of Yasnia. Then we have Seal Esports in the North Georgopol, but thankfully this time they have the entirety of Northwestern Georgopol to their name. TRZ again towards the side of Primorsk. No worries for them, but I'm worried about the players of Leo Esports because Leo. Okay, look at the circle. This time we have again a northeastern circle. So the players of SITM Esports are going to be so very happy. But right now the team that is not happy are the players of Skylightz Gaming and Mabetex Esports, especially AJ, who lose hefty HP because of the grenade from Baron.
Oh yeah, I mean that's not the kind of a start that Skylight's anticipated. As Baron lobs one more grenade, and that pretty much seals his fate over there. He's been knocked out, but the big question is, are the players of Mabetex really going to opt for the push over there? And in fact, Leo has made sure that he gets in close and personal. And Skylightz Gaming, I really do not know if they have the best of loot to deal against the threat. As AJ is still lying down on his knees as Nima also falls down. And this is looking really disastrous. Mabetex getting really aggressive up close and personal. And wait a second. Let's see what happens. As there you can see the fight breaking down. Leo gets the one. As Mafia Ninja, the solo survivor over there. Can he get anything for himself? Because Mabetex, they seem to stop at nothing. But a nice head connected on Leo. And Mafia Ninja is what lies between them and Mabetex.
Mabetex, they don't have the perfect resources right now. They don't have the perfect armor. Even Kese is having just 15 bullets in his AKM. Is it enough to take down Mafia Ninja from the backlines? Yes, Baron is providing the necessary cover required as Kese is going for the revival onto Leo, and Mafia Ninja knows exactly what is happening. Two players right in front of him, but finally Leo with the Bison takes down the last player from the side of Skylightz Gaming. And Skylightz, this time the change of drop location that came from the side of Mabetex Esports, well, they are not going to be happy.
Oh yeah, they're definitely not going to be, especially with what Skylightz Gaming really thought. And I think it has got to do something with how the flight path trajectory really panned out, right? Skylightz Gaming, they were not at the best of the places, kind of out of options, and Mabetex off to such a good start. And right now, you know, they would be really happy with this. And Mabetex, they've been taking the harder route and have been dealing with a lot of fights. But now, NB Esports decide to fight it out against DRS. Now, this is something that was, again, widely anticipated, right? DRS, a team that kind of tends to go towards Milta. They were trying to traverse, but while doing so, they were caught. And now, unfortunately, have had to lose a few numbers.
We have the players of I8 also in the close proximity. So NB Esports, 2 defeat points to their name. They are going to be pretty happy. The good thing is they are not over-aggressing in this particular fight. 2 defeat points, they are already happy. Now they're going for the basic resources, basic loot. DRS not looking too good in terms of the resources. Killer YT just having a Car 98. Just a level 1 vest, no armor, no healings, nothing at all. So DRS do need to go and have those resources in their hands. Yes, going towards the side of Milta is not going to be so easy, especially when they don't have the vehicles in the nearby vicinity. At the same time, Delta is keeping a close eye onto Mondo, as Mondo with the vehicle is already closing in the distance and showing on the doorstep of Killer YT.
At this point, you know, especially when you kind of lose out on your IGL for DRS, it kind of feels like their head has been cut off, to be honest. And I'm kind of skeptical what happens to them from here onwards. But whatever happens, well, it's not on us, Shadow, is it? We did not make any predictions. I'm really happy. I want to see the mystery unfold. I want to see some of these teams, kind of get back at them. I do not want to see DRS, just a team that goes on to win the PMPL SA without any competition so far. I want to see maybe for medical vibes, giving them a little bit of a competition. I want to see that battle in the top 3. We did see T2K also crumbling apart in that previous game. I want to see them maybe get another chicken dinner over here. Or maybe it could be the point where Stalwart sort of redeem themselves. But we're kind of seeing those repetitive circles, right? We haven't seen anything happen towards the western side. It's been kind of constantly hitting around those northeastern side. Now, the last time we had a zone, it kind of was around that mansion area. But this time, where do you think this circle ends? Or has this been a trend throughout the league stages?
Yes, this time we are seeing too many northern and eastern circles as compared to the southern circles like previous PMPL season. This time it's more of a northern and eastern circles. So all these teams, they have adapted themselves to these kind of circles, the curveballs that circles throw in. But still, we have few collisions that might be happening around the Georgiapur Bridge area, where we have the players of IHC and Leo Esports, at the same time Seal Esports. So there is a potential close fight that might happen very soon. But SITM, well, they are so very happy. They always drop in towards the city of Yasna. This time the circle is favoring them. But we do know that even if the final circle is towards the side of Yasna, there comes a curveball where the circle shifts away from the urban city of Yasna, and that is exactly where I want the circle to go, towards the southern side of Yasna, in the open fields where you have no cover at all, and it is going to bring in a lot of cures. So that will be something interesting to see.
Quite a sadist you are, Shadow. That evil little lady in front of that, very sweet, charming face. So you want those fights to break out. You want these teams to face all that pain, all that, at this point, yeah, I think Yasnaya, the southern side, is something that we would all love, right? Because it's been a while I have seen one, and we've had so many of those highlight clips. For all the fans across the globe, there have been so many of those legendary battles being fought over there, and there have been few changes ever since the changes have been made. We've seen few different buildings pop up. It's not as open as earlier. Teams might seek some cover around that, but for now it's gone way towards that northern side, towards Stalwart. And alright, now this is one of those games where Mabetex can really benefit from a circle like this. Now Seal, they're making no further delays. They're just instantly ramming. They want the control over the hills. But the same thing is definitely reeling in the minds of the players of T2K, as they're off to something similar. But for Miracle Vibes and Stalwart, they decide to make a move, and so have DRS. Or have they just made it right now to Milta? Because I could see them go through a lot of pain and trouble. But for now, as things stand, I mean, Mabetex, they will enjoy a sweet spot. T2K also, if they take over those 2 warehouses that we have, right? If they get that spot, then they could defend that with all their life. And maybe could have a really positive result out of this game.
But in the previous games, we have seen T2K, how good they are in defending their compounds. They do tend to lose out on their players. And again, we have the players of Deadeyes and T2K going up against each other, as one player already down, and Sanhok also hits the ground. Deadeyes Guys, this can be an opening. This can be a good game because the numbers of T2K are not favoring their case. Precious Sir with the AK might want to close in the distance, as Jane is waiting on the other side of the warehouse. And in the close frontal battle, finally Jane goes down. Drop shot coming in. Precious Sir along with his teammates. So Rig is the only man standing from the side of T2K, but looks like one player, Sandesh, has already went in for the revival.
Yeah, and this is where I kind of felt like I would expect to see some cover coming out of Rig. Finally does manage to do so, and in turn not just gets 1 but gets 2. And suddenly, just like that, in the blink of an eye, on top, and Deadeyes Guys, they're on the verge of extinction from the server. And Rig, he's gonna ensure that he unleashes all that crap, puts them into suffering, into their misery, their agony. T2K, they've done a really good job. And on top, just scouting through the lands, trying to get his players back online. But seems like that's gonna be really hard fought. Because T2K, look at the split, right? It's Sandesh that's kind of trying to close in on the distance. So Yog, he's gonna heal himself up. It's all down to Precious and on top, who I must say are kind of surrounded and are not at the best spots to provide cover to each other.
For a second, it looked like the players of T2K are going to be eliminated because two players were already down on their knees. But the way T2K, they kept their calm and composure, went in for those crucial revivals, the perfect cover fire that came from the side of Rig. Now Deadeyes Guys, they are on the back foot situation. On the other side of the map, we have few fights happening here and there where trades are coming in, but no confirmation up until now. But T2K, they are still eyeing for this compound. On the other side, Seal also joins in the fray as they take down Sandesh over there. Sandesh all by himself. There is no chance that the revival can come in as Soulless with his buggy is going for the confirmation point. But he needs to be a bit cautious of one plus position from the side of Deadeyes Guys. I believe it is on top, sir, who went in for the flank angle, having an upper hill advantage on the plus T2K Esports.
Oh, there you go. So let's, Team Seal, they just kind of joined the party and managed to get a few knocks to their own. And this is where T2K, they might be hurting over here. This is something they did not anticipate, which they should have, as T2K, they've got no other options rather than just tucking their tails and running into safe covers, because a lot of teams are contesting for this hilly areas. And Sanchir also joins the fray, as it is Seal now having to deal against Team SITM. And look at them just marching through and trying to just run over somebody. But Dobu and Jiro getting themselves into a little bit of cover. QB has that beautiful flank angle, which he will try to get into his favor, but it is Desert who puts Sanchir down, and he's down to his misery, as Becca, wanting to just run away from here, does not get the chance. But Dobu, he's been traded off. It has all come down to Aero and Soulless. Soulless, not having the best of HPs, needs to administer the first aid quickly, because now they need to get away from here. And big question is SITM gonna let them do that? Because Desert seems to be on the chase, as Soulless, he spots him out, takes a few shots at his direction, just wards him off. But Desert in turn just steps out of his vehicle and wants to fight this one out.
It's like a deja vu moment for like the previous Erangel, where 5 teams were contesting for the same spot. This time it's 4 teams, where Deadeyes Guys was a smarter one. They already made a quick escape. Now SITM and Seal Esports, they are trying to lock arms with each other. Seal do realize this is not the position to fight in, but Aero, perfect cover fire coming in from the tight advantage, takes on one player from the side of SITM Esports, giving the chance to his teammate on a sliver of HP to make a quick escape and scuttle back to the safety. 3 defeat points already in the favor of Seal, but the numbers are not in their favor. With already 14 teams in the lobby, Seal Esports, they need to approach the game so very cautiously. At the same time, we have the players of Raw officials and DO Esports also lurking nearby, and Seal Aero, he has no idea that he's already heading in the direction of DO Esports. But somewhere else on the map, we have Stalwart Esports also going up against the players of DRS, where Delta has been knocked out.
Delta, I mean, DRS haven't had a bed of feathers, have they? So far, the way they've been, it had to do with how the flight path trajectory was. But now, you find the players of Seal, and one of them is gonna get taken down over here. Now, considering this shift, this is gonna favor the boys from NB a lot. And this is one of those games where I really feel that they need to get a victory. Especially even after Mondo's failure. I think Fistboy has been doing so well. And Mondo, this is the perfect chance to redeem himself. I mean, we've seen this player do wonders during the league stages, but has sort of been absent today, hasn't he?
He is. So many players who are performing really good in the league stage, they are missing in the grand finals. Maybe it's the pressure. I don't know. Maybe from day number 2 they will start stepping up. But right now, Yeta Uta in close frontal battle with the players of IHC. Demo over there with a UMP 45. The vehicle blows up and Demo goes down. And Yeta Uta, he might be looking for a confirmation with that Molotov. Easy confirmation should be coming in. The smokes are there, providing necessary cover to Zoil. The DBS, he takes down Yeta Uta. Now Raw, they are surviving with only 2 players. Claw is in the close proximity and looks like he's already cooking up a grenade. And Zoil needs to be so very cautious. Perfect grenade comes in and brings the demise of Demo. Now IHC surviving with only 3 players, but for Claw, it's still way too much. A 1v3 situation. He takes down 1 player. Can he take down the remaining 2? The answer is no. And finally, Raw officials with 1 elimination. They have been eliminated at the 14th spot.
Yeah, kind of feels bad for them as they kind of went to fight against the Titans, and was just too hard or too hot for them to handle in this situation. Alex would be hoping to get that rest back up, and in the meanwhile, Leo wants to capitalize on this opportunity. They do not want to let IHC breathe for much longer, but they're just kind of scoundering around the place, looking for places where they could strike from. But IHC, they're not giving them that much room and space. In turn, have lost out on one of their players. And not the best of situations to be in. And at this point, you know, IHC have to reconsider their plans, their ideas over here, as Slipknot has really found himself a really good place over here. Zyol not having the best of angles. Godless might just be in a whole world of trouble as his position has been relayed to his teammate Smokey, and Godless out in the open. Haidami wanting to just drive him over. Godless completely flabbergasted with that push coming in. And just like that, IHC, it is Zyol who has to shoulder all the responsibilities, but maybe a little too difficult. But before he goes down, he ensures that he gets those finishes, as Zyol still fighting on, but not for so long, as well, before going down, made sure that he reduced the numbers on Leo. But there you see, finally the mercenaries of death arrive for medical vibes, certainly showing interest, and you cannot escape the clutches of Haidami. And another, the last player, Smokey, also follows suit, as Team Leo Esports, they also get eliminated.
And kudos to Deadeyes Guys as well, because they did a perfect third party, got 1 defeat point. Now they have grabbed the attention of the plus of 4MV, as East from the height advantage is trying to pepper a few bullets, but in return he received hefty damage. Now East needs to be a bit cautious, because we have other team like the players of Mabetex Esports also inside the circle. So 4MV, yes, the segregation, the split that is coming from this side, they're able to get the complete northern control in their favor. But talking about NB Esports, they do have a very good position inside the circle, and with the next circle shift, if it comes in their favor, NB Esports, this might be their game to lose. But right now, 4MV, they are keeping an eye onto the plus of SITM Esports, and SITM, they have no idea that Refuse is keeping a close eye onto them.
You know, at this point, like you said, I kind of really like the pointer that you made, that 4MV kind of holding on towards that northern area, right? And NB Esports, they've got to defend with all their might. I've got a little, you know, advantage. You've got a few ridges around to play with. It's not going to be an easy task to make a push at their direction. But the next circle shift, that is going to be really crucial for all these teams to kind of decide their next move. And at this point, you know, Stalwart Esports, they finally managed to keep so many of their players alive. Have spotted out the players of high voltage, and they're gonna rack havoc at them as Assassin. He's been knocked out. Malik not at the best of HPs, and Mabetex could also join the party and get a few knocks. And Leo does exactly that as high voltage. Clearly, they thought that they were in a good position, and they realized the next moment that they weren't. And as a result of which, they will have to reconsider their ideas. But you know, to NB's mercy, now they have got a lot of information just to work around with. As Stalwart, finally, they've managed to keep 4 of the players alive. 3 eliminations already in order. As now, the next target just could be the players of Mabetex. But it's gonna be a little ambitious if they even get a few knocks. I'm gonna start and ponder if they would be ballsy enough to go for a push. That would not be the wisest of choices, but just trying to, you know, deplete their resources, just trying to utilize or just kind of degrade their armors. I think that is what their intention would be, as Precious is hiding in that murky smoke. But once it kind of fades out, that's where Precious has got to make a move. And against a team like for Medical Vibes, where they've kind of got him cornered from all possible directions. What could poor Precious do but fall to his own death?
Certainly he does, and for MV, they have managed to keep the entire northern control under their favor. Mabetex Esports, well, they are already ranking up those elimination points, 8 points already in their favor. They do have the complete eastern circle control. At the same time, they have a very good position inside the circle. But the split that is coming from their side, Valley all by himself, well, he needs to regroup with his teammates. On the other side, NB Esports, again, they do have a very good compound to their name, but DRS, I'm a little worried about the position of DRS, because on one side, we have Stalwart Esports, Mabetex Esports, and NB Esports. So it's not just one or two player or one team, it's three teams pointing their crosses towards the side of DRS. They will be grabbing a lot of attention of all the teams in the lobby. So with numbers disadvantage, DRS, they have to be so very cautious. At the same time, SITM, well, they still have to migrate inside the circle from the western front. I don't think anyone can trouble them. Maybe the players of NB Esports can be that ugly thorn for SITM.
I mean, they can at this point, but they're not showing any real intentions, right? It's what they're trying to do is just deal with the teams from the edges. And DRS, they've gone into hiding. They've gone into a deep slumber. They have no intentions to come out. Killer, if his a little bit of that helmet is even visible, then Kaza is gonna say thank you and take over. Finally, we get to see Mondo in action. Has managed to survive for so long. That's good for starters, and he's managed to rack up 2 finishes also to his name. Where SITM is just trying to rotate around him, and maybe we could see NB Esports finally getting challenged. And there you go, the battle about to ensue. As Desert, he's taken quite a hefty amount of damage as he cooks up his grenade, and right in front of him he lies as Fistboy. He's gonna burn, but still make sure that he gets the job done, at least gets that knock, and suddenly SITM, they've got to get on the back foot.
Oh, they are already down to only 2 players with 1 player knocked out. If they can manage to go for the revival, but right now we have DRS and Stalwart Esports, in a matter of few seconds, through those Molotovs and the firepower, they have managed to annihilate the remaining players of DRS. At the same time, have the control of that very compound which the players of DRS were having under them. But right now, NB Esports, still they are looking promising. Stalwart Esports, 3 players, 5 defeat points. But Mabetex, being the silent assassin in this game, 9 defeat points. So all the 4 players alive, they're looking super strong.
No, I really cannot understand why, SITM are doing this. Constantly just trying to come one by one, posing threat. And it's so difficult, right? Especially, I was talking about this. It's so difficult to engage such a compound from the foothills, You do not know exactly what the challenge lies ahead. And now NB, they've kind of taken a different approach. They've managed to kind of away that small compound. Instead, have taken over the squad houses. So it's going to be even making things more difficult for the other teams to try and contest for. But for Medical Vibes, they've kind of put a stop onto their aggression. They just do not want to roam around like headless chickens, just trying to spot around and take everybody and anybody down, whoever they spot. So instead, they're kind of going off for the cleanup from the edges. Now, one of the players of Mabetex has been dealt with. So this gives Refuse that little bit of a room and space to go in for the push. And just as the revivers come in, he's making quite a ballsy move over there. Kessie needs to be aware. In fact, all their teammates need to know what they're up to. And Doc922, he's taking a fight in a different direction. And Refuse, he's closing in on the gap. Are the players of Mabetex aware? Finally they are, as the shots are being poured over at their direction. Fires the lead and instantly retreats. He knows that he's had his chance. He had his opportunity, but he missed out on that. Had he connected a few grenades over there, or maybe even a single knock, then for Medical Vibes could have thought of cleaning them out. But now they've had to shift their attention to a different spot, and Fistboy succeeds yet again.
Doc has been taken down. At the same time, Refuse also goes down, and for MV, they were trying to keep an eye onto Mabetex and NB Esports. That is where the split came in, and Mabetex, they capitalized. bringing down the numbers of 4MV. Still, Doc can be saved in the situation as long as NB Esports, they don't do a third party onto the plus of 4MV, because like you said, they are on the foothills. They are not in the best of the best position right now. East is still making sure that the players of NB Esports don't pepper any kind of bullets in their direction, so that Apex can go for the crucial revival onto Dog. But Mabetex, with his vehicles ready, are already rushing in. This is the moment to strike, and they are already pushing in. Genate on Apex, Dog goes down. At the same time, East also falls down, and 4MV, after getting 3 elimination on the 5th spot, they have been eliminated, and Mabetex Esports 13 elimination. They are running death and destruction in the lobby.
Quite disorganized play coming in from Medical Vibes, and sort of is the reason why they're eliminated like that. You know, taking fights on multiple fronts, it was just too much for them to handle. And now, you know, Stalwart, they have been constantly being pressed upon, not at the best of spots, but all they're hoping to do is try and survive. Now, SITM also have 2 of their players alive, and look at the constant pressure being applied on Stalwart. And what can they do from this situation, right? They're the team that are kind of on the receiving end from shots from every possible direction. They come out from one side, it's Mabetex, from the other, it's SITM, but now NB have decided to let go of that compound and take a fight against SITM. One of their players, Giro, has been dealt with. It's the final man standing, QB, against the world. He's got to fight to stay alive in the game. This is the perfect time for Stalwart to make a move, maybe try and punish somebody out from here, but Mondo has to check the over those trees. Finally finds out QB, who is on a sliver of HP, finally falls down, and SITM will have to bite the dust. And with that being said, Mabetex, they've got 3 other players alive, and so do NB Esports, and now Stalwart Esports capitalizing on that opportunity, come knocking at the doors of NB Esports.
But are the players of NB Esports prepared for this? Because it's not just Stalwart Esports, it's Mabetex also looking for a third party in this situation. Yes, NB Esports, they do have a very good compound to their name, but it's not just one team they have to deal with, it's 2 teams. Akaze keeping a lower potential flank checked from the side of Stalwart Esports, at the same time having a very good angle onto tops over there. And Stalwart Esports, they need to be a bit cautious of the flank that might come in from the side of Mabetex Esports. It's kind of a stalemate situation where no teams wants to, where none of the player wants to commit any kind of a mistake. But tops, yes, the smokes were there, but not enough to save him. Sliver of HP, he finally made it to the safety. But now his position has been given away, and Leo with that vehicle might be looking for a flank angle. But NB Esports, they're still looking so very promising. One grenade could result in the demise of multiple players from the side of Stalwarts.
A Mexican standoff, and I see he's been spotted out. Mondo will just launch that grenade. Has it made its mark? No is going to be the answer. And Mabetex constantly posing a threat, and Stalwart again in a really bad position, just being pressed in from 2 different sides. And this is smart from Mondo. Just make sure you've got some cover around the smoke to work around with an action. He's finally been flushed out. Does have that Molotov to, you know, work around with. But Mondo does not want to make any unwanted movements over here. Just making sure he's cooked the grenade perfectly fine. And a little, I think, overcooked there. Had he taken his time just to launch a little bit earlier, maybe would have made its distance, made its mark. And there you go. Finally, you know, just hitting the nail. And now Stalwart are just survived by action. And Mabetex are just holding on to their dear lives, right? Stalwart, they've gotten as far as they possibly could have. NB Esports, they missed out on the chicken dinner in the last one. But have their eyes set that this time they're going to make it theirs.
And NB Esports, yes, definitely, they can be that ugly thorn for the players of Mabetex who can stop Mabetex in getting that chicken dinner. At the same time, the player holding on to the dear life was action, and now Mondo deals with him. 2 teams remaining, a 3v3 situation where Kese has been knocked down by Akaze of NB Esports. NB Esports still looking very strong, and Akaze with that UMP45 is already going for a lower flank angle. Can he get the confirmation? And if he does so, well, the numbers of Mabetex not supporting the case, and Valley also goes down.
Yeah, and this is where the final player just has to get flushed out, and there you go. He gets dealt with, and NB Esports, you could see they're finally satisfied with that victory. It was a hard-fought one, but they managed to do so. A chicken dinner that was in the making, and so did they convert that reality. And now they will find themselves in a really nice position at the end of the day. I mean, from minute one, they had such a good position to themselves, and they held on. And in that final Mexican standoff, in a 3v3 situation, all they had to do was make sure they had all their decisions made right, and 13 eliminations to their name, and they sit now at the 3rd position in the overall rankings. All right, we are back. What started off, this day, it was so beautiful. SITM getting a chicken dinner, and well, the final nail in the coffin also being hit on by NB Esports Face Boy. This was long overdue, right? This player had to come on the boards, and surely a well-deserved MVP Shadow.
Oh, certainly, because every single time, like you pointed out, yes, Mondo was not able to perform up to our expectations, but Fistboy, the way this guy has stepped up every single time, creating an opening, bringing in the first knocks and the confirmation onto the opponent teams. This time also, he played it to the perfection for elimination, 1066 damage. That is a very high number. 3 assists, 5 knocks coming in. Even NB Esports as a team, they didn't overcommit into that fight. They knew exactly where the players of Stalwart Esports were, but instead they held on to their ground and waited for the circle and waited for the perfect opportunity to strike.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the top players also, Mondo had to be there. Finally, this player steps up, redeems himself there. 5 eliminations, and it was such a well executed fight towards the end, right? I really liked it from NB Esports, but nothing taken away from Mabetex. I mean, Wally, Leo, and these two players also did put their hearts out, and they were kind of pretty cautious, right? They were not taking any unwanted fights, and what happened towards the end was quite unfortunate with them, but it was NB Esports' long time chicken dinner that was overdue. Finally, they receive it, and they will embrace it with open arms. But as we take a look at the match summary, you could it was pretty much at your screens, but just gonna quickly glance through the match rankings as NB Esports, courtesy to those 13 elimination points, and the same for Mabetex Esports. They've secured 23 and 19 points respectively. And Stalwart, they had to fight through thick and thins, but eventually they managed to get some decent points, and I think could be one of their best games so far.
Yeah, today is a best game for Stalwart Esports, but they still need to deliver a lot more because the bar of expectation, they have risen so high in the league stages. They have to deliver in the grand finals. But Skylightz Gaming, this time they were taken out pretty early in the game. A surprise factor came in the name of Mabetex Esports. They were not anticipating Mabetex in the northern drop location, but 0 points to them. High voltage, they deliver good performance in one game, but the inconsistency was a problem for high voltage in the league stages as well, and this time again the inconsistency coming in. Only a single point to their name, TRZ. This team also not able to handle the pressure of grand finals, again on the 14th spot with just a single point to their name.
Yeah, I think for high voltage esports, did not really see them in the groove, and the kind of, because to be honest, they were they're the defending champions of PMPL, right? And you would expect bigger things from them, and clearly hasn't happened. and clearly haven't replicated the performance. There hasn't been a single game where you could go on to say that, yeah, High Voltage have been really impressive. As
Yeah.
we take a quick gander at the overall rankings, DRS Gaming still enjoying that top spot despite having a very rough game in the final one. Stalwart Esports managing to get themselves back to the second spot, where NB Esports, they finally just march through into the third. As for Medical Vibes, you look at the competition building up: 116, 114, 113, with Mabetex on the fifth with 111. T2K Esports, after they got that chicken dinner, we thought that yes, maybe we could see them in the top 3 by the end of the evening, but seems like that wasn't the case.
But still, it is a close fight between the Nepali teams and the Mongolian teams. The first game belonged to the Mongolian team. The last game belonged to the Mongolian team of today. In between, all the games belong to the Nepali region. On the top spot also, we have a team from Nepal, DRS Gaming and Stalwart Esports, slowly and steadily, without any chicken dinner, catching up to the players of DRS. At the same time, for MV also, they towards the end, they have started ranking up those elimination points for themselves. Raw officials, they are still at the bottom with only 34 points to their name. Deadeyes Guys also just one good game in terms of the placement points. Other than that, I think Deadeyes Guys also didn't impress me much today.
Yeah, I think Deadeyes Guys, they've been kind of really playing under pressure. I do not know why, because we haven't seen the most of the aggression coming in from their side, and in a lot of battles have been taking a lot of second thoughts, and there were a few teams that wanted to make a comeback, and we could see Leo Esports. That hunger was definitely there, but Skylightz Gaming, they've also been quite off even tonight. Bro officials, I think they went on to fight against the big giants. I think they did contest against IHC on a lot of those accounts, but it was IHC at the end of the day. It was too hot to handle for them, and that was not the best of spots. But this was one of those Circle Shadow I absolutely loved. Something really refreshing, something really different, and it all came down to how you were going to predict the zone. And NB Esports, they thought that this was the best compound and defended it with all their might. I mean, SITM Esports, I really could not understand what they were doing. Either you completely go in for a push, or you kind of just try to surround a team. But what they were doing is just sending one player at a time, and every single time they went, all they could do was just lob a nade or maybe a Molotov, and that was not even concerning. They could not even deal with even a single player. I think Fishboy was just holding on to that small compound, and he easily managed not just to hold that compound, but also get 2 finishes over there. So that is something that SITM really need to work out on. Maybe because had they pushed together, maybe if they had just isolated Fishboy over there, had taken control of that smaller house, and then they could have gone on to proceeding to try to take that squad house. The squad house fight, and that could have turned things in a different manner. But it is what it is. What can we do?
In fact, SITM Esports, they dropped towards the side of Yasner. This could have been a very good game for them because they didn't have to go for very big rotation, very long rotation, just like the players of NB Esports or DRS or some other team. Yes, Mabetex Esports, this was their circle. They dropped towards the side of Kameshki. So yes, big advantage was the drop location, and the circle was favoring them. So that can be given for the players of Mabetex Esports. Initial 4 elimination points in their favor did boost their confidence when they eliminated Skylightz Gaming over there. So yes, but NB Esports, the way they moved inside the circle, the way they transitioned themselves inside the circle, that was so very impressive. And SITM, they need to work on the synergy. They need to work on the communication, because maybe it was a problem of the communication that was happening between all the 4 players, where one player is charging into the compound, the other 3 remaining players are thinking of backing off from that fight. So they need to work on that communication as well.
Yeah, but talking about a team that has been really hitting things and did not have a very good game in the last one, but let's take a look at how DRS have been playing, sitting at the very top right now, and all these 4 players, and primarily has come down to how consistent they were throughout the day, because despite all odds, I think they kind of managed to secure 26 or 27 position points overall. And in terms of even getting onto fights, Gante, he's sort of been the tip of the spear for this team, right? He's been getting the results coming in, and DRS, I think they've done that. They've proven themselves at the at the ultimate stage, at the final stage in the GC, And PMPL seems to be like a cakewalk, but things are going to look really spicy as it was just day one, right? And as we head on to day number 2 and day number 3, it has to come down to how hungry our DRS are going to be, because we kind of have seen this happening to a lot of these big teams, right? You suddenly win in one of those major events, get a second spot, and then you kind of feel really rested, like you have achieved a lot. And it's very difficult, even in the shoes of a player, to kind of have that sort of a temperament to maybe fight for that first position, to constantly force yourself to improve, because that is what we expected out of DRS during the league stages. But don't think, Shadow, they've kind of done that, have they?
I think DRS, they're delivering everything right now. Even in the league plays also, yes, towards week number 3, DRS, they kind of fizzled out. But now I know why they were not putting so many strategies in the league plays, because they were saving all of that for the grand finals. Because this is an entirely different DRS. That DRS in the league plays, they didn't used to go for the elimination points at all till the last stages of the circle. When 3 or 4 teams are remaining in the lobby, that is when DRS used to start picking up the fight. But this time DRS, they are picking fight from the very get-go of the game.
Yeah, I think, this is exactly the DRS that we have come to love and adore, right? This is one of those DRS games where, in majority of the matches, so all they've been doing is trying to focus to get a good position in the circle. And the other good thing about this team is that they are quite proficient with how they have been approaching those fights, right? The covers are there. Yes, there was a point where they could have gotten a chicken dinner in Miramar, right? That could have also further boosted them up a little bit, but it's all right. I mean, it is DRS at the end of the day. As long as it's staying on the top, that's all that matters. But the difference is quite minuscule, right? Any single moment, one good game, if it could be 4MB, if it could be just anybody from the top 4 who wins it, could just topple them over. But let's take a quick look at the elimination leaderboards, because we also have one more battle going on. That's for the MVP. And Tops, Stalwart did not have the best of the day, but Tops still kept himself in contention. 16 elimination for this lad, followed by Doc922. And I think Doc kind of got online in those final 2-3 games.
Agreed. Yes, that is when Doc came in and grabbed those elimination for himself. Tops, he was in the MVP race, even in the league plays. This time, East from the side of 4MV is completely missing, but Gyante is still there with 14 elimination of his own. Fistboy of NB Esports, this guy has stepped up big time, 13 elimination. Leo from the side of Mabetex Esports. In fact, Mabetex Esports in the league plays, it was Valley and Baron that used to showcase a very good performance, but this time for the finals, it is Leo.
Yeah, I think Leo, one of those players we've seen from a long time, and we've come to fall in love with him. And when it matters for Mabetex, they've had a really rough phase during the league stages, but it's all right. As long as they're in the race, as long as they're doing good, I think I'm kind of happy with how these teams have been performing. So, in a nutshell, if we have to kind of wrap everything up, to be honest, Shadow, it's been a day where we've seen the Mongolians kind of starting off with a victory, ending things in a victory, and the Nepalis in the middle just come up and get a few chicken dinners. But, the question sort of arises, what happened to the Bangladeshis, right? We did not see a lot out of them today. I mean, there were moments where you could see Kunyo TRZ kind of going on, trying to abruptly push over the teams, but hey, that did not really work out.
Well, TRZ, week number 1 in the league plays was not in their favor. They were towards the bottom or later half of the overall standing. But by week number 3, every single time TRZ, they were in the top 2 or top 3. They were always ranking up those placement points. And by the end of week number 3, they were all in for the aggression as well. All kudos to Madcat and Degree, the duo that TRZ team has. This duo was definitely delivering good performance. But this time, maybe either it's the pressure of the grand finals, because TRZ, they have got the skills, they have got the firepower, they have proved themselves in week number 3. So maybe day number 2 could change things for the players of TRZ.
Relentless aggression, time and again, hasn't really been the key to success for Kunyo TRZ. But I'm gonna hope that they work things out, because still not as lost, because eventually the road is to the SA Championship, right? And a quick reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that the top 12 teams are going to be qualifying for the same. So if you think that you're not going to get the top 3 spot, if you think that you're not going to receive the bigger chunk, the lion's share of the prize pool, then make sure that you keep your dreams alive in the SA Championship. And out of the 16 top 12 teams, I kind of like the odds. You just have to make sure you're not in the bottom 4. And for the teams that are on the bottom 8, I think, today we did see that huge demarcation in the top 8 and the bottom 8. So that sort of has been kind of bothering me a little bit, because I wanted to see much more out of those bottom 8 teams. Somebody going out there and getting a chicken dinner, but that was not really happening. And this needs to end. And as we take a look at the entire day's summary,